Hopefully, I don't get blocked out by Microsoft being, well, dumb. Hmm. Might need to turn that desktop audio down a little bit. All right, let's see. But I don't want to go there. Ooh, I'm a ghoul. We need your help. It's like another fucking settlement needs my help. Fucking ridiculous, if you ask me. Why? 1 minute. I need to pull these switches off my new controller. But I know the rest of you fucks are in here. Do. Oh, fuck. Where are you? I hate when they come out in the dark. Fuck these hells. Ooh. Mine. Yeah. Alright. Da 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 da. Uh, okay. Alright, we need to change some settings. Voice needs to go up. Effects need to come down some because holy fucking Jesus, that was loud. Alright. Oh, it's so gay. No, I don't need you. Ooh. Yep. I need you. Oh. By the way, if anybody's there, I have already played this. I'm just playing on God mode just to explore. Wait, I haven't been in this house. I don't think. I mean, it is fucked up. Wait. I shouldn't have modified this server to have radioactive flora. Oh, I fucked up. It just works. Wait, hold up. I heard you. Oh, fuck! What the shit? So... What I don't understand is why there's no fucking road in here. I could go do that daily really quick. Kill Scorched. Complete a daily challenge. Purified water. Complete a mutated public event. Destroy a robot. Where the fuck would I robots in abundance that are so hostile to me? Scorched, I know where to go. Oh. Oh my god. I know where there are robots. Hello, Gato. Da 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 da. Alright, come here, fuckers. It just works. Oh my god. Wait. Aha. Hmm. Right away. Take some fucking rat away. Let's do this. Da, 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 da. All right. So hopefully this is working a lot better now. Hopefully. Hopefully. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Uh. Let me reduce it a little bit here. All right. Looks like looks like I can be... I won't be peeking out here. There we go. Perfect. Yay. And then I can reduce my gain. And it's nothing crazy. So nobody hears my dog chewing on his toy constantly, because it sounds kind of fucking gross. He's a nasty boy. He's a Boston. He snorts. Kill 2 mole rats, got it. Destroy 10 robots.
Oh.
Okay. Man, good thing I got God mode on. I can clear this really fucking quickly. Oh, fuck. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Fucker. I just want to play casually. I've already done the Skyline content. Everything's fucking radioactive though now. What the fuck is shooting at me? Oh. Fucking rude. Alright. More robots. I know there are more here because they're always at odds with the fucking ghouls. There we go. I feel like I'm getting close now to hitting that robot quota. There's usually more of them. It's odd. It is odd. Yep. There we go. Soon. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Normally, but I am playing on a private server because I've already done the Skyline Valley content. I'm just dicking around. And really what I'm doing is I got a new controller, so I'm playing around with it, where if I lose connection right now, no big deal. It's not my main Fallout account. I mean, not that my jump was a giveaway for God mode, but welcome to the shit show. I'm going from a Gen 1 Elite controller to a Gen 2, and so I'm going from straight wired to what the fuck? Oh, I fucking hate those things. Oh, I hate them so much. Where is it? These fucking things. They're always sneaky bastards. I hate this they make. Where are you? know you're around. I fucking heard you. I still hear you. It's gotta be in the building. Ugh. I bet you're right fucking down there, Taylor. Yeah. I just hate when I suddenly hear him scream. Oh, I should have turned off recording. I really need them. Although I did leave damage on slightly. But I kill shit so fast. Rude. Oh. I don't think I've done the quest in Welch with the fucking Wendigo. Well, I probably did it back on the PS4 when I first got the game. Because I'm, like, stupid high level on PS4, and then I turned around and bought it for, Xbox, or, PC. So, because, honestly, PC wins. Like, I love my PS4 for certain games. I do not like Call of Duty on it. I hate the controller for first-person shooters. Well, that's alright on it. But my main bread and butter with the PS4, PS3 controller, PS2 controller is GTA. I'm so used to that controller. But I got into first-person shooters on the Xbox, and I'm still fucking terrible at them. Oh wait, I bet the Wendigo's from that fucking sandwich shop quest. I know what one it's from. Oh yeah. Yeah, you find out they're messing with the meat at the one sandwich. You end up finding out they're messing with the meat at the one sandwich shop, and they're using some radioactive shit. Oh hey. Oh hey guy. Oh hi Mark. I so want this so bad. I want a better stock on it. Here, let me give you a little love tap. You were really hard to see with that fire. Maybe I'm just blind. I don't know. Could be either or. I really need to scrap some 10mm. Or I need to scrap some submachine guns so I can get more SMG parts. But no, that would be fucking easy. Kill the Scorched. I can get a bunch of those in Charlestown. You can also collect purified water up that way. Great. And the fucking wayward. I don't think I have the crafting for it, even. Oh, no, dude. Like, when I say I turned God mode on just to play with my controller, I literally turned crafting to, no cost. I do what I want in this. I just made this, I just made this world, like, 10 minutes before I started. I have always thought about killing that Assaultron. So close. So tempting. It's right there. Fuck. What the shit, bro? Alright. Well, while I'm here, let me get my... By the way, I hate the exploding challenges. Where they explode when you kill them, because they're always, like, right on top of you, attacking you, and it's always fucking melee enemies. Dicks. Oh no, I'm thirsty. Morgantown Airport. I can kill 10 Scorch there. It thinks it's a cow. That's awesome. Moo. I just want him to give it a sassy moo, like, moo, motherfucker. No. It is, but it's like a skeleton at the same time. Oh. You. Oh my god, I am a terrible shot. This is why I go negative KD in fucking Call of Duty, because I can't do it while I'm running. I do it like the real world. I run, I stop at a point, kill people, and then move to another point. Like, alright, okay, so I get the whole, like, furry characters at, like, Disney or Six Flags back when they were really partnered with, like, Looney Tunes and shit for little kids. I have also gone to an anime convention in the middle of the summer, and it was hot in a costume. And I wasn't even in, like, a heavy costume. I was wearing, like, I mean, I was still a minor at the time. I was getting ready to start my senior year. I was wearing, like, a very Lolita-style dress, but I was dressed like Miho from this webcomic, Mega Tokyo. And I was hot. I was in Baltimore. It was humid as shit. It was August. It sucked. Like, no. I have no. I know, but but I do miss the good old days when I could yell at some fucking 12-year-olds. There's a skeleton dancing downstairs. It just works.
Someone's asking for help. She wants me to take my team off until we find them. Can't be too far. Already tracked me gaining strength south of here.
Yeah, it was like a little Hot Topic. It was a sleeveless dress, but it was still like poofy and black and knee length. And oh, it was so hot.
Not now. My team's the last line of defense, and if I take them on some wild goose chase or leave it.
And the thing was, I had to wait outside for part of it to get in the building because they had to let you collect your badge and then go in. And 36,000 people in attendance. You waited for a little bit. Yeah, see, I got smarter the next year when I was 18. I dressed up like Lara Croft, so I was in shorts and a tank top. So yeah, I wasn't a costume, but I was comfy. There is a Scorch Beast around here. Where are you?
Attention all responders. This is a top priority message. Radar has spotted an inbound cargo bot. We've got to secure the landing zone so we can make the stop. We need those supplies, but the cargo bot will attract attention, so get ready for a fight.
Yeah, I do love yelling at 12-year-olds in Call of Duty. It's how I used to unwind when I was in the military. I would just yell at 12-year-olds on the internet. I'd come home from a bad day of really garbage maintenance and it's like, oh, my life sucks. Let me yell at some... See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, the Bluetooth on my controller's like, not today, Sadie. Really want to kill this fucking thing. Come back down here. I'll kill you. Kill you dead. Well, I mean, it is the only correct answer is to yell at, Where are you? Where are you? Well, my nephew wasn't much older than them, and he was living it with me, so I'd just go in and mess with him too. It was... I wrapped his Xbox One that I got him for his birthday in Disney princess wrapping paper. I told him for my favorite nephew. For my favorite nephew, and it was my favorite nephew that lives with me. He was my only nephew that lived with me. Tell you what, he stopped acting like a whiny little crybaby. I bullied the bitch out of him. Because I am old. We're closer in age than, well, him and I are closer in age than my sister and I are. His mother and I are. So he was more like a sibling in age difference. Not even 12 years difference. So it was like the little brother I had never had. Okay, my eyes are in the sky. Why are those brighter? Bethesda, this is not what the night sky in West Virginia looks like. You lied to me. Bastards. I've been to West Virginia. I've gone whitewater rafting under the New River Gorge Bridge. I have seen it. I've driven over it. I would not bungee jump off of it. Yes, I am a troll and... I regret nothing! Watch me get hit on this fucking music that's playing. That I don't think this is what they meant by let the bodies hit the floor. Girl, I got some anti-aging techniques for real. Oh, and if you think I'm a troll here, you should see what I do in New Vegas. What is it? I manipulate dead bodies using the ragdoll physics and put them in very compromising positions. And giggle about it like a child. Oh, puppy. Mm. I probably should have brought another gun with me. Like a sniper rifle that I could use to pick them off. The ragdoll physics are hilarious. The ragdoll physics are fucking hilarious, because look at that shit. He just dropped. They got up and started walking around. I killed one and they're like, oh, never mind, no problem here. Go back to sleep. Look at him waddle. That is amazing. It's funny you say that, because I went into, I heard a song I haven't heard in a long time from a game I used to play. From, when we were playing Twisted Metal Black. One of the songs we would listen to was Kill You by Eminem. God, I feel fucking old. I don't need to be a grown-up. I don't want to be a grown-up. I just want the grown-up money so I can buy all the shit that I want. Be a child. Be a continuous woman child. Come here, Bleach. Bleach. Probably should drink something. There is another one alive here. There. Right there. Ooh! Ooh! He's motivated! Ooh! Yes! Be motivated more. Come to your death. Yeah, so there was one where a human was taking advantage of this poor deceased super mutant, and it was definitely a Brotherhood of Steel guy. He was like, I got your power armor right here. And then I laid some drugs around a New Vegas tourist who clearly paid a bum in drugs and cash to have some fun time. It was clearly prostitution. I will be curious to see how the 3-point the 3-point trigger pull feels when I'm playing first person, and I drop it down to medium or shortest trigger pull just to see. The other one, it did leave some room to be desired. It was not very responsiveness was okay. It worked quite well for Call of Duty, but literally nothing else. Actually, it worked really well for, like, one Call of Duty game. I'm just glad this shit still works, that Microsoft owns Bethesda, because, they're having issues. Just a few issues. Just a teensy bit. I'm just glad my house converted over. It's running 40. Fuck. Let's see. Complete the daily challenge. Oh, well, I can do that one really easy. Hang on. Ta-da! I do like how this controller is very quiet compared to the Gen 1. That's pretty nice. I don't want to go to the casino quarter. Alright. Fuck it. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, hey guys. Just works. When two Vertibots love each other very much. What the fuck? You're shooting. Oh. Oh, hey guys. Oh, hi, Mark. Well, my first controller, I got like 6 years out of it, and I wore through the thumb sticks, the rubber on the thumbsticks, and the charge port. It's a little loose. A little loose. That's why I like the wireless charging feature, because I don't have to worry about wearing out the USB-C port as fast if the connection's steady. Is my audio coming through okay, or am I too loud, too quiet? Do I need to turn the game down? Pizza's when you should have french fried. Well, don't worry, I'm right here. I'm right here, boo-boo. Oh yeah, so for your PC, you might want to turn off auto updates, because Microsoft's having some issues right now. I turned it off on mine, because it will brick your shit. Wait, fuck. Here, I'll liberate you. Yeah, this is getting modified. Yeah. Really. really. I'm surprised they're not talking about it more, given what it's impacting, because it grounded a bunch of flights in the US today. So just perusing the internet, it's like, oh, Microsoft had that. That's why my Xbox shit had that outage earlier. Oh. Because I was trying to set up my controller and I couldn't log into the Xbox on PC stuff to do it. And they got that fixed, but then there were other problems. It's a mess. There's a it's kind of one of those things where it's like it proves the point of like we rely on too much from our computers. I need you to be secure at all times. Okay, well, use this enhanced security system. Okay, but what about when your system goes down? Well, sorry. Won't be the last time either. Far from it. Alright, so I need to go to camp. I need to go modify some weapons and get a sniper rifle. So I can pick shit off at a distance. Yeah. Do I? Wait. On this one? No. No, it's not. It's actually their Azure systems are down. Like, Microsoft lost all 365 shit today. Actually, no, I don't have third party on this. I have, because I really don't download anything except for, games and official software. I don't really do a whole lot on this computer. Bitch. Will kill you. Just like that. Yes, Queen. Oh yeah, I did get the sketchy looking robot. I love it. Do you want a Rolex? It's got 2 X's on it. It's a factory defect. No, that's a knockoff. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, wait. I think I drank. Okay. Alright, cool. What? Oh. Oh no, wait, I need you. I don't need. Yep. That'll work. It's like that scene from Super Troopers. I got the X and the Y mixed up because I was playing Switch all day for the past couple weeks. My little jackass likes.
I'll be ready to go. Don't you dare tell anyone about my guilty pleasure.
He loves the sun. Oh my god. My highly intimidating Boston Terrier does have a kill count, though. He doesn't really like birds very much. He's pretty fucking good at what he does. Well, the funny part is, like, if you think about it, um, they are technically not carriers. They are mastiffs. They are the smallest mastiffs breed. And the cat's being a fucking bum next to me. Dare I disturb slumber? Its majesty. Meh. Wait a minute. Hmm. I could have sworn. No. Hmm. My wall. My beautiful walls. Uh.
Really should start
Oh. Hello? What have I done? Just works, thanks, Todd. Alright. Well, while I'm at it, let's go help the Hunt Master, because that should give me some daily quest points. So you say it's hot where you are. Are you... Okay, but the question is, how's the humidity? Because the humidity is killer in the summer. Everybody's like, I've heard people go like, oh, Texas is so hot and humid. And I'm like, I'm from a state that's cut in half by a bay. I think I know what humidity is. Hi, Mark. They're still probably scorched in this. Yep. Have the need. They kind of talk like little Nicky. Get in the flasks. Oh, yeah. The only problem is the dry heat. The pupperoos don't, I too live in dry heat, and the pupperoos do not recognize that, they don't sweat.
Welcome to the
They're like,
Black
I don't
Bear
know,
Lodge,
guys, I don't
a
sweat.
friendly hunting club. I am the huntmaster for Black Bear Lodge. You must be here to sign up for the tournament. Very well. I'll add your name to the rolls. Each hunter is given 3 animals to track and kill. We've had a recent influx of new species, so don't be surprised when you see your list. I've marked some hunting grounds for you, but any kill made anywhere will count.
Oh my god, it's so hard. Alright, so... Oh. Okay. Well then let's take a hunting rifle. Like a 45-70. Alright, so we'll go up here. Actually. Yeah. Well, so working outside in Florida, the big differences that I've noticed is I can sweating actually does something in a dry climate where the water's saturated. There's nowhere to there's nowhere for the sweat to go when your humidity's at 100 above 90% constantly. So even though you don't get as much breeze in the dry places of the desert, which you do get breezes sometimes, it you seem to cool down a lot easier. Here than in humid places. The big difference is a lot of the humid places I live were all coastal areas, so we were getting the cold sea breeze. Like, I was in Jacksonville, Florida. The Gulf Stream is many miles off the coast there because of the way the land tucks in, and I cooled down a lot easier there. The salt intake's the part that everybody forgets about. I played soccer, so going to practice 4 hours a day. I did remember to, so I'd put like a 32-ounce Gatorade in a half-gallon jug and let the ice dilute it. So because Gatorade's super, super salty, to replenish the salt but not oversaturate to the point it was actually dehydrating me, I was just replacing what I lost in practice. So each 2-hour practice I would go to, it would be a 32-ounce Gatorade diluted in ice that would melt, because I took one of those Rubbermaid half-gallon jugs that have the zipper top. That are way underrated because they melt it, so they don't keep your drink cold permanently, and they're not as effective as like Yetis or like true thermal stuff. But it melts at just the right amount that it's constantly diluting your drink in the middle of summer. If you're taking a concentrate such as Gatorade, yeah, that's why I would. But I also didn't want to drink just straight Gatorade because too much salt does the same thing, and too much potassium crystallizes and causes kidney stones. So, or other issues. I'm trying to remember. Potassium is bad for the kidneys. Calcium is bad for... I want to say partially kidneys because of the calcification, but it's something else too. And just not remembering now. Obviously, alcohol affects the liver. So, what I want to do is get my dog some, tomorrow I'm gonna get him some chicken broth. And freeze it and make popsicles with chicken broth. But I'll use a bone broth because its natural sodium is higher without the added sodium. And they don't tend to put veggies in for flavoring because the collagen and the bone marrow tend to do enough of it. But I am not boiling. I love my dog. I'm not going to spend all day boiling a chicken and separating out everything for him when I don't have to. A bottle bone broth now. And you can find low ingredient bone broth that doesn't have added veggies like onions that are toxic to dogs. Mole rats. There's one by Flatwoods. So when he was a puppy at the vet, they would distract him with frozen chicken broth. He fucking loves that shit. He does not like pup cups. He ate like a quarter of his. It just works. Alright, one more. Molly.
Those craters come snooping around. They'll regret it.
What are you doing? It's a box of script.
Stay away! This is mine! I found it first. Oh, how many of these do I have to look through? This gotta be the one. Damn, no caps. Looks like there's almost $200 in here now.
I doubt that. No. Fuck Chloe. Fuck that hoe. I hate the Chloe quest. Yes, let them fight.
Good clothes. I'm getting real muddy.
My dog's gonna go to daycare and tame all his bitches tomorrow. Bitches love my dog. Oh, hey. Fuck. Ooh. Yes. On Valentine's Day, I sent him to daycare with a bag full of Valentine's Day treats, and I was like, bitches love Valentines when I dropped him off. Stanley, that's rude. You're chewing so much that you're burping. What did that Kong ever do to you? Okay, I'm looking for a fucking tech. That would be kind of fucking nice. Oh, they gotta be in here. hell yeah. Oh my god. Why are there so many of them? Okay, maybe not the best gun for this. Okay. Love you, babe. Did you know there's a tick in the US right now that's causing people to be allergic to red meat? Like, seriously. Fuck that. That would suck to just suddenly be allergic to red meat. Guy, my guy. You have like the worst bunker ever. Oh yeah. They apparently they a bite from this Texas tick or like Lone Star tick or something. What the fuck is that tick's name? The Lone Star tick can cause people to develop an allergy to red meat. Yeah. And it's been found like up in Iowa and Nebraska and stuff like that. So not so Lone Star anymore. Kind of a dick move. Ew. You went out in the summertime? How dare you enjoy it? Find Boomer at the southern. Yeah. I got stomped by enough of these cows. Fuck these hoes. I'm so done with these cows, man. They're constantly killing my offspring before we can eat a bite, so now everyone's allergic to them. It's like nature's ultimate FU. Because Nebraska has a pretty massive beef industry too, and apparently I saw it on the news while I was up there. So yeah, it's pretty fucking gnarly.
Greetings. It is now.
Yeah, no, I don't care. But I will go to the church. Which plays creepy music at night. Oh, there it is. Wait, what? Seriously. Why? These things so much. Hello? Is there anybody in there? Housekeeping? Hello? I really hate blood bugs too. Like the cazadors and the bugs in this game are always the worst. I hate the cazadors in New Vegas. And the bloatflies. Half the time they're like, I'm going to spit at you. And then I just don't want to. Haha, just kidding. Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah, let me get a blue flag cleared. But see, organs don't really bother me a whole lot. Because, to be perfectly honest, I would rather hear an organ than, so there's an old PS1 game called Clock Tower, and apparently they're remaking it. And I hate that. Because the sound the scissors make. Oh, I don't like it at all. My mom had these old metal shears that she had from, like, junior high school. And my mom's a literal boomer. And I am a millennial. Because my mom had a midlife crisis. And, and she had these metal shears, and they made the same sound that the clock tower scissors made. And those were like big ass hedging shears. But I played it so long ago. I would have been in like 6th or 7th grade. I believe 7th. And I woke up one day to my mom using those scissors, and it was just, no, because you can't do anything in Clock Tower except run. And between that and old mono TVs playing sound, and I'm trying to be quiet because, like, my mom's sleeping, she's got work the next morning, I'm in 8th, 9th grade at the time. Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck you. But yeah, I'm in like 8th, 9th grade at the time. And the Resident Evil demo, so that game gave me problems, but then I remember playing on the mono speaker TVs, and I'm playing the volume really low. It's dark in the house. I'm trying not to wake up my mom because we lived in a small house. And I was playing the demo of Resident Evil 3 that came with Dino Crisis. Love Dino Crisis. Can play the game, no problem. Hearing that stars and not knowing where it's coming from because I had a mono TV and I had it so quiet was just, oh, it made me uncomfortable because I couldn't, because I wouldn't see him at all. I'd hear stars and I wouldn't see Nemesis at all. And then I'd go into a room, it's perfectly quiet, and then all of a sudden he just comes bashing through a wall and I'm like, oh, no. No, I don't like, Like, the T-Rex in Dino Crisis messed with me, like, the first time I watched it, but the first time I played, when it bashes through the office window right at the beginning of the, like, really early in the game. First time you really encounter it. After that, it didn't really bother me, because there aren't your conventional jump scares, like dinosaurs will come through the window, but I'm like, well, they're dinosaurs. I love Jurassic Park. Of course they're going to come through the windows. So, like, anytime I'm at windows, I go sprinting past as fast as I could. And Dino Crisis had the better auto aim, because it still had the garbage Resident Evil controls on it, but you actually had, like, well, one, you had a bigger target, and two, it had, like, a semblance of auto targeting, whereas Resident Evil, you're aiming around like this, and you're like, oh god, except you're in third person at a really garbage angle. But I could turn around and play Silent Hill, no issue. Silent Hill 2 is one of my favorite games. Nope. Yes. Give me the pods. Alright, so I got those. Okay, so I got the proboscis. Oh. Oh. A week going. Because I can kill everything. I was a poor kid. I didn't have the hi-fi. Like, the TV I was allowed to use, so I didn't wake up my mom, was like the oldest TV in the house, so I had to hook it into I had to have the coax adapter for the PlayStation. Now I'm an adult and I have grown-up money and I buy grown-up things with my money, like good headsets and shit. And expensive controllers. I'm a grown-up. Oh, it's not a charge fire. Okay. No, I don't need you.
Hello there. Are you here to make some...
Oh, hello. Yes, I am, sir. Hello.
Another stray comes to our cozy cabin. Oh, goody! That's what I like to hear. You can never shine.
Well, that guy's dead. Ha 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 ha! Fight me now, biatches. I'm up.
I think we're ready to
They're
get
totally
this
gonna get up here and get to me.
jamboree going. Light the fire, moonshiners, and try not to shoot each other.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What is this, like? Mountain Man, Burning Man?
Don't forget to fill the tub with that sizable salamander venom. Excuse me, but if you haven't noticed, the stills are being attacked.
Who's attacking us?
aren't going to protect themselves.
Sorry if I'm breathing intensely.
They all look so slimy and useless for anything other than moonshine.
You're playing with dolls? Sorry, I had not looked in a second because I was busy shooting everything. When I was off on vacation like 2 years ago, I went to the mall and did Build-A-Bear. Just because. I got told it was too expensive as a kid. That's, yeah. Well, and it's not just that, it's all those times that, I mean, look at The Sims, it's basically like Barbie's Playhouse. Well, and all the good Legos are definitely built for adults now. It's all the good Legos are for adults. Like, nobody's buying their kid a $700 Death Star. Yeah, great. Exactly what I want to taste. Repellent. Um... Well, politicians aren't necessarily psychopaths because they show a hesitation to commit war crimes. They are definitely people who were told they were the best. Yeah, I'm not gonna open that door. That's my big thing about it, though. It's a matter of mutated public event. Okay, so I did not complete that, but I have to kill a moley rat. So let's go back to that lodge, Green Country Lodge. There should be a mole rat again, and I should be able to kill it. There we go. Ha. Oh, where are you, you fucking mole rat? I just heard you. Or was that the frog? Yeah. Alright. So... Can I drink flavored Nuka-Colas? Yes! I mean, I'm not autistic, but, like, I still just want to be a big kid. I don't necessarily buy into all of the back in my day things were better. Ha ha ha, you youths thing. But I am literally watching the world go to complete fucking garbage. And, yes, Gato. Hello, I love you, baby. Well, I mean, I'm still in my I'm in my mid-30s. So stop. Stop. I remember what filling my Jeep was like for less than 3 a gallon. I also remember how devastating it was to try and fill my Camaro when gas went to $4 a gallon as the economy collapsed in 2008. I have also seen industries die in America because just the simple notion of doing something, just the notion of producing steel in this country, I'm not a fan of unions when making a generic statement. I think the teachers union has too much power. Should they be taking home work and working 15 hours a day? No, absolutely not. But that doesn't mean you get to sit there and screech like a fucking child that I'm not getting paid enough. Okay, well, have you earned it? No, you haven't. Absolutely not. That's too much. I can't wait to get my mixer here. Also so I can hear. Oop, sorry, Gato. Sorry, baby. By the way, my streaming co-host is right here. He is a handsome boy. He is a dapper boy. Say hi. Hey. But, for example, if we were to go down the route of useless unions, I live in a state that's routinely performing very poorly in education. I lived in one of the states that had some of the top. I grew up in one of the states that had some of the top school systems in the country. Apparently bullying's a big problem at the high school I went to for a year in the wealthy area. They've also grown sensitized to that. No, not everywhere where the unions got strong enough, because there's still a booming auto industry in this country. It's just certain companies were smart enough to certain companies were smart enough to pay their employees enough and give them enough holiday time, or they just pay them enough, and provided health insurance, where unionizing would actually hurt the employees. They de-incentivize it financially. There's a grocery store near where I grew up with that before it was bought out by a larger grocery store. I don't know if the new grocery store does it, but the old grocery store, they paid their employees, and you're talking fucking 2001, 2004 time frame. They're paying employees that worked at the deli almost $20 an hour because they didn't want them to unionize. Right now, auto companies that are not unionized in the US are BMW, Toyota, Volkswagen. Yes, BMW is expensive, and sure, things break on it. There's a BMW parked at my house right now. Great car. The weight to power ratio, the American cars cannot match, and they don't want to match it. What lightweight two-door has been produced within the last 20 years? They don't make the Cavalier anymore. They don't make the Cobalt anymore. They don't make any American two-doors except for very heavy Camaros, Mustangs, and Chargers. The lightweight 1-2 series BMWs, they have a market for them. In fact, most manufacturers aren't even producing cars in the US anymore. If you were to go on to Ford's website, Chevy, Dodge is a separate story. I can explain Dodge. But if you were to go on to Ford or Chevy, their only cars are their muscle cars. Everybody else has to buy an SUV. The auto industry the consumer pricing has also changed. People want their vehicles to be able to do it all now. Because you're not driving the big old boats like you were back in the day. The Chevy trucks aren't the big steel boxes that we grew up with. My dad regrets getting rid of his 1979 K5 Blazer because it never left him stranded. I miss my 1996 Jeep Cherokee. It never left me stranded. A guy hit me at a stop sign. He rolled through a stop sign making a left. He hit me. I had no stop sign. I was proceeding straight. He bent my wheel well. I literally could not drive it home, and then they totaled my vehicle in 2006. Thankfully, I will say this. Thankfully, Dodge is getting smart. They're going back to the inline six motor. American cars are known to be notoriously unreliable too, which is why the other auto manufacturers, they're still able to make cars and SUVs in the US, because BMW, you're buying BMW you're not buying it for reliability, you're buying it for performance or luxury features. And no, they're not the same. The BMW has a performance package on it, and good God, it's obvious. It has really stiff suspension on it. There's no body roll in the turns. The first time in my life I could say a Ford was reliable, it was running a Mazda motor in it. It was running the 2.3 liter 4-cylinder that was in the Mazda 3s and the Mazda 6s. But going back to like teachers unions, the Red for Ed thing. Look at that. The state I live in constantly comes in the bottom 10 states in the US for education quality. And those teachers said they were severely underpaid. Well, I did the math. They're on duty 190 days a year. And for my local district, Well, there's a reason they have crumple zones. It actually goes back to older cars, even though they could plow through a brick wall, they were actually deadlier than new cars. And I can confirm this. I can confirm the feeling of the difference. My XJ, like I said, guy ran a stop sign, hit me. I basically took out the front end of his Passat. I hit a Passat. Years later, I had a Jetta that was rear-ended. I was nowhere near as sore getting rear-ended in a Jetta by a Ranger and having my trunk crushed completely down. My back seat's frame was twisted. I was not in the pain I was in my XJ. My XJ, I absorbed the impact. It is a safety feature. Old chrome bumpers used to kill people all the time. It's the internal injury. It's where is the energy going to be expended in a collision in an old steel frame car? It's going to be the human body that absorbs the impact. It's the path of least resistance. We are the most fluid. Whereas the body is rigid, so it's going to reflect all of the energy back into the human that will flex with the body of the car. But in new cars, the crumple zones do absorb some of the impact. It's the same thing as running on old suspension leaf springs versus coil springs. Leaf springs were very much a rougher ride, and the second they started to fail, you felt it. They were a very rigid series of metal bars that were curved at a certain angle to flex. Oh, you felt it when your leaf springs started to go. Your coil springs, you're going to hear it. That was not their initial concern. Pedestrian impact survivability was not their initial concern. When they started looking at crumple zones and the design of the designs going into vehicles, you're talking early 90s. They were looking at a very, very sharp increase in cars, and why were people surviving how were people surviving in the very, very tiny Japanese cars that had come into the US? Think the old Corollas that were extremely small. How were people surviving that, but they couldn't survive in a Cadillac? That was a massive vehicle. You'd think, I'm surrounded by steel and I'm super protected in this collision. Well, because that guy's body didn't absorb the impact. That person absorbed a 5,000-pound sedan hitting a wall. Or that person did not survive a 5,000-pound sedan hitting a brick wall. It was very low-speed crashes that were killing people. Pedestrian survivability was not even on the table at the time. And then once they started making crumple zones, it was like, well, how can we make pedestrians survive this? Because the thing was, we also had the auto boom with the cheap Japanese cars coming in. A lot more people had more cars at home. They were able to buy a car specifically for their child to drive to school in. And then the wife could go out. The housewife was also able to go out and run her errands. And everybody was surviving in the cars. Well, you're yes, that's true. But the Japanese did have crumple zones in the front. They very, very much over-engineered their car. Actually, you want to see a car that's over-engineered. The Acura NSX, the original one from the 90s. The shifter cover is chainmail. It's actually like linked metal because it's that much lighter than a leather shifter cover. It is straight up an entirely engineered car. Brilliant vehicle. Not the most powerful, but power to weight ratio was at the time just unheard of. Oh, and the other thing was, the only cars that people were really, the odd cars that people were surviving crashes in, they were still getting injured, but they noticed that cars that were made of fiberglass, so your Camaros in the 80s, your IROCs and stuff like that, they had a lot of fiberglass body parts. People tended to fare better and have less internal bleeding in those accidents than the Corvettes than they were doing in bigger, what was thought to be safer cars. Like, the average family sedan was more likely to kill you than that Corvette was. From internal bleeding. No, Japan was actually extremely innovative on the small cars and getting them into America. Europe, you gotta think, Europe was still under the Iron... Half of Europe was still under the Iron Curtain. It was still communist bloc countries. So they still had issues. And if you look at a lot of the old BMWs and Volkswagens, they were still very much steel. That's why, for example, a great car to drive in the snow back in the 70s was, ironically, the Beetle. It was a rear-wheel drive car, but the engine was in the back. But the wheelbase was so short that you really... that there was still enough weight over the front wheels that you didn't have the Corvair issue. The Chevy Corvair had a whole pamphlet written on it by Ralph Nader called Deadly at Any Speed. The Bug did not have that issue. But it was an all-steel car. A lot of BMWs were steel at the time. Japan had brought out lighter aluminum and lighter steel alloy. They were some of them were still steel, but they were lessened down to have more mixed metals in their alloys. And it was closer to the metallurgy today. And that was the other thing. The U.S. really heavily bought into it because we were willing to. We still had a heavy occupation force in Japan at the time. The Japanese made deals with Chrysler, for example. So Mitsubishi. If you were to look at the early 90s cars, like the Mitsubishi Eclipse, for example, or the Isuzu Rodeo, Nissan Passport, they all kind of look the same, but particularly the Mitsubishis. So Toyota, I want to say, got in with Chevy, because Mitsubishi got in with Chrysler. I know Mitsubishi got in with Chrysler because the Gen 1 Eclipse that had the flip-up headlights and the really narrow pointed front end was designed on the same chassis with slightly different body parts as the Dodge Daytona and the Plymouth Shadow. And I know that because my sister had a Dodge Daytona. It had a slightly different bumper on the front. It was a little bit square. That was my sister's first car. Mazda got in with Ford, which is how Ford had a 30% stake in Mazda. The rotary engines got killed in the US pretty quickly, but Mazda came in, and that's why the Mazda 6 and the Ford Fusion, even before they discontinued them, were similar body types. They were using the same chassis, same motor, same suspension. But the Mitsubishi Eclipse, Dodge Daytona, Plymouth Shadow, first run, and then there was Then they had the Eagle Talent for Gen 2. It was the Mitsubishi Eclipse and the Eagle Talent, because it was always a Jeep Eagle dealer. They always sold Eagles with Jeeps. Oh, the other thing that gave away Ford with Mazda was the Ford Ranger of the late 90s, mid to late 90s, when they started doing the slightly curvier front end. No, no, no.
Get away from me!
Well, Japan had, well, okay, but see, Japan was the first one to have a vested pedestrian interest. The U.S. auto manufacturers focused on driver and passenger safety. That's why seatbelts became a thing. That's why the Chevy Corvair was killed. And that's... and that's why cars stopped being unibodies here. Your large unibody frames on your Tornadoes, your Cutlasses, the big cars, they stopped being unibodies because it killed people. And they started going to a chassis with a subframe. America will always be behind when it comes to pedestrian consideration because of how much rural community we have. Think about it. Trucks have gotten bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, to the point of, I distinctly remember when I was learning how to drive, they started having warnings on how far out you had to be looking to stop in a truck, because truck front ends at that point had gotten so big you could not see shorter adults once the truck got up so close, like me. The top, like, my boyfriend has a Raptor. I stand in front of his truck, and it is wild how close I am to being shorter than the front end of his stock Raptor.
I'm Craig from Foundation.
Japan has a very, very large passenger or pedestrian population. Most of the island is urbanized or suburban. They did have to focus on it there. Even Europe has a very, very rural society with lots of towns and villages in between, and they were more concerned about cyclists. But the streets were also very narrow and old, because you got to think, most of these streets were paved when most people couldn't afford a cart or the horse to pull the cart. Ironically, the roads are still like that.
What am I gonna... You're back. I'm Craig. We saw the net. Didn't make it. They were yelling all... You serious? Did you hear...
On one hand, I think it's fuck ugly. But at the same time, I respect the person who put the Halo body wrap on it. I was like, it really is a Halo truck. I'm also a fan of, like, people personalizing vehicles that way. I hate all the bumper stickers all over the back that you see on, like, Subarus. They work on certain ones work on Jeeps, where it's like, I've been off-roading here, or I've done this Baja run, or whatever. Same thing for, like, if we stuck a track, like, had the BMW been to the Nuremberg ring, because he did buy it while he was stationed in Germany. If it had been to the Nuremberg, having the track decal on the window saying, I've run this track, would be awesome. But I do like personalized wraps. I saw a Dodge Ram wrapped with the old Warthog wrap.
What am I gonna do if those things come back? You're back. Do I look okay to you? I'm Craig. We saw the net. Didn't make it far. You're serious? Actually, as you head down, not asking you. Thank you. Anyway,
I will say I think I've seen uglier cars though.
if you happen upon anything or
I have definitely seen
and if you come back after,
uglier cars that serve no purpose. That's the thing. The Cybertruck serves a purpose. One, it's proof that we could put it in a truck. It's proof that we can make an electric truck with advancing battery technology. It's proof that there's a civilian market for it. If they're insistent on pushing ahead with eliminating fossil fuel vehicles, we have to be able to still haul cargo over a distance. We still have to be able to take a vehicle up trails that may be muddy, they may be dirty, and it still has to get out of its own way, because if you are a person who cannot accelerate to match the speed getting on the highway and you have to have people brake for you, you are more dangerous than anybody else. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about he hit all the marketing points and was able to sell it. Yes, there were other EV trucks, but none of those did very well in the markets. The Cybertruck actually had the attention and the hype. There was a hybrid Tahoe back in 2005. It had a $5,000 battery on it. Today we are at a point in time where innovation has we've gotten so far with innovation. Now we have to, utilizing new elements, we actually have to turn around and find ways to streamline those elements. Let's see. And improve their function before we can move on to the next logical step, for one. So it is just a marketing game. We're at a phase where it's a marketing game. We also have the complex relationship where, and I can find the article again, where the newest generation of young adults, Gen Z, is less technologically advanced than their predecessors. This is the first time since the onset of the Industrial Revolution with, like, steam engines. When steam engines came out, the people operating them, the people who were operating the steam engines after they were made were less technologically advanced. And then they caught up and made further steps. Millennials, especially middle of the group millennials, who were high schoolers like me, graduating in 2006, we wrote our own code and we taught ourselves how to do it. There are kids now who just expect the app to do it for them. I've heard a lot of people paranoid of AI. I'm not concerned. AI roughly has the intelligence of a 5-year-old, and we're pumping garbage into it right now. There are methods of which they're trying to get it to learn more, while admirable, they've opened up the pool too wide. So the same thing for computers as with inventions. Like right now, we, as an American company, here, let me blow your mind for a minute, and I will send you two. I will post the links to two articles. One discussing Gen Z being less technologically advanced than millennials, who watched the internet become a used tool in the home. And just last year, there was a release that substrates for computer chips are going to change. It's fascinating read. We are using an extremely old technology to do it. Glass. Why? Well, look at fiber optics. Glass passes data faster through fiber optics than it does through coax. The old silicon substrates apparently are super duper fucking are slow by comparison. It's fucking wild. There it is. The Forbes article is on Gen Z being less tech savvy, and the other one is on glass substrate. So we're taking an old object and reworking it for modern application. It's absolutely wild. I was an aircraft mechanic, and now I make computers for a living. While I go to school for chemical engineering. I was an aircraft mechanic on the U.S. Navy's Boeing P-8 Poseidon and the old Cold War era P-3 Orion. And I have a love for old cars. My dream car is a 1970 SS Chevelle 454. But I'll probably buy a new car for the creature comforts because I can tell you right now the Raptor's really comfy on long road trips. We drove 3,000 miles a couple years ago in the Raptor from the southern of the southern border, basically the southern border of the US. We drove from Phoenix, Arizona up to Montana right on the Canadian border. And then went to Yellowstone, went to Glacier National Park. By the way, I've been to Japan. I know about their... They still are a heavy pedestrian population. They, in Japan, if you, we got told to be very careful driving because everybody's at fault in an accident in Japan. If you were not there, you would not have been in the accident. That is the, rule. Oh, there's probably information I'm wrong on. Like I said, my mother, though, is a boomer, so my mother explained... My mom was driving. My mom was driving when we had the fuel crisis in the U.S. She learned how to drive on an old Tornado. It just works. So you are new here. Just to let you know, I am usually amongst a community that calls me, Dr. Actually. Because on deployments, there's a lot of free time when the planes are flying as a mechanic. Because I cannot work on the pressurization system while it's in flight. Because the pressurization system is outside of the most of it's outside of the aircraft. But, the, so I had a lot of time to read. And now I work a job where I have to wait on... I say I make computers for a living. I work in a chem lab. So I'm testing, like, thermal treatment. I'm testing shit used to treat computer parts. And, so if I don't have samples, I don't have shit to do. So I get done my routine monitoring, and then I just wait. So I tend to read a lot of stuff. Could I be wrong on it? Yeah, probably. There's probably details I'm missing. It's more of a lot of times it's more of a, I know I've read this fucking somewhere. Do I remember the full details of it? No. But I know I fucking read it, so I go look it up. Like the millennials and Gen Z. I know for a fact that I had read it somewhere, and then I found it and sent it to somebody I know who does indeed work in a very similar field. Ooh, ultrasound. Hell yeah. Isn't it in the apex of the turn? I do not have one of them their fancy degrees. I can come off kind of condescending sometimes. And I understand why. One of the things that got me really upset recently was the whole, all those flights that had issues that they kept saying in the news, oh, Boeing plane had this problem and blah, blah, blah. And I'm sitting there like, this isn't a Boeing issue, you assholes. But way to, project your issues. Because it's not. It's absolutely not. So there's a difference. Boeing could have been, speaking of, we'll go to other transportation and safety methods. Because here's the thing. My job was life support systems. Aircraft pressurization. Kind of important at 30,000 feet. I worked on a Boeing platform. I worked on a variant of the 737, the most flown aircraft in the world. Does Boeing have internal issues? Sure. Have I seen some of those? Yes. Little things get missed, but one of the big jokes, and I'm assuming you're American. If I'm wrong, please correct me. One of the large issues that I see is somehow the No, I came off and straight up. I came out swinging. So the American government, for all their inefficiencies, and fuck, I was in the military. It took me almost 7 years after getting out of the military to get my name correct. Between the VA and what my discharge paperwork said. My discharge paperwork had the correct name. The VA did not have the correct name. It took me almost 7 years contacting my local congressman, multiple calls to DOD. Oh, well, then you definitely understand the bureaucracy. I've been there. And I did deploy to Italy the one time, and I have gripes about Sicily, and I do not like Sicily at all. I could live my life without ever going back to Italy. Scotland and Iceland were beautiful, though. So was Estonia. Estonia was gorgeous. Romania was fucking gorgeous. I mean, shame Romania was a communist country because they're definitely they were still in the 90s when I was there. I saw rollerblades and very brightly colored windbreakers. Oh, I did. And it was still a bureaucratic nightmare, but it was also involving me moving and everything. And my discharge paperwork, they wanted me to send it to this DOD manpower center, and I'm like, you do realize this sheet has everything you need to steal my identity on it, right? Like, what the fuck? No, I can't send it certified. No. Well, you can't email it because it's not secure. It's more secure than getting lost in the mail. If you encrypt everything correctly. But anyway, so getting back to what I was saying about Boeing. For one thing, American aircraft have to be built in America. Or at least a certain extent of them has to be built in America if they're going to be doing certain missions. Because of classified data. Obviously, the US has their rules, there are laws put into place, so on and so forth. For all the things the US government is inefficient at doing, their enforcement of military standards when it comes to aviation maintenance and logistics is outstanding. The US military is better at logistics than shipping companies like DHL. If there was a part critical to the mission, come hell or high water, I had that within 24 hours. They would find where in the world it was. And they found the fastest route to get it to me, even if it meant putting it on a single plane in the air. Or the only place that would beat it is private sector shipping their own goods if they had their own aircraft. Somebody is going to carry this part on a plane and fly it around the world. It's not going to go on one plane to this place, get offloaded, go on this other plane, so on and so forth. But aviation maintenance. A lot of the issues that they're citing with Boeing aircraft have nothing to do with all the problems that Boeing has internally. They're separate things. It's like blaming Ford because your private mechanic put the wrong tires on your vehicle or didn't tighten them to torque. I always did acceptance inspections on aircraft. I had to go through and check my parts. I had to note serial numbers, note expiration dates for critical components like oxygen cylinders to make sure that they were, well, not expired to fly. We would take panels off of brand new aircraft. We would do turns. We would do all kinds of things to inspect these planes to make sure nothing was out of place. And then when we did maintenance, I got to the point I was a supervisor. I was inspecting somebody else's work, and I had a guy who absolutely hated me because I made him go back out and sit on the damn flight line until he got the job done right. I bought him dinner, but he was going to get that job done right. He learned. That's a reflection, to me, all these issues with Boeing, with tires falling off of aircraft and shit like that, that's an airline issue. That's, like, most of them are on United. I would not fly on a United aircraft. Hello. And that's where I came off as condescending, because people were like, oh, these Boeing planes and blah, 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 these issues and da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, look, dude, what the fuck? It's not that plane's 20 years old. They accepted it from Boeing. Somebody didn't tighten the tire onto the plane, which civilian aircraft, you can go look up the registration and see when the plane was put into service. Out of American, yes. I am Valine. I would say, well, no, even that was airline. Well, okay, you want to cite another Boeing example, the 737 MAX, those planes that crashed in third world countries. It actually wasn't a pilot error, if you think about it. So the MAX came out, it had new software, there was supposed to be new simulators for it. Well, these third world countries, and all the ones that crashed were in third world countries, flown by third world countries. It looked like another 737 to them. They just thought they could put their pilots in the 737 simulator. They didn't update their manuals or anything. That was an airline call. Human factor is the biggest contributor to air. I am playing Fallout 76. Skyline Valley. I am familiar with West Virginia. I have whitewater rafted in West Virginia. And I'm from Maryland, so I have a love for Fallout 3 and Fallout 76. What are you? Oh, hell yeah. But to equate airline issues to Boeing is obscene, because one of the like, you can look at the good times that Boeing had, for example. One of those was in Australia. Frost Brown, I do not have questions for you. I'm kind of just letting my ADHD take control, and I'm letting it go and ramble as I replay on... I am playing on my modded private server, because I've already beaten the Skyline Valley content. I'm just kind of exploring and dicking around because I got a new controller, so I'm trying to test its response time and see what messes with it for Bluetooth, or how often it messes up. Because my old Elite controller, it was 6 years old and it showed. So I got a new one, and it's the new. So it has newer settings on it. But you're welcome to stay for my rant about airlines and how people get things wrong and why I'm condescending about it. Because that's what I was discussing with Laser Versus. I will now call you Laser Versus, or Laser Revs. Reserves. No, I'm playing on an Xbox controller because I use a keyboard so much at work to type in data. I try not to wear myself out with it and cause carpal tunnel, so I play with a controller. Plus, I tend to play for several hours at a time. And, well, the one game I do play on mouse and controller, or mouse and keyboard, is World of Warcraft, because you can't play with a controller, which is fine because I have a mouse that has I bought the Razer mouse that has the 1 through 12 keypads, so I'm not moving my hands over my keyboard as much. They're mainly focused on the movement axes. I work 12-hour shifts, and I type on my keyboard a lot. I am 36 years old. I'm old. Fuck you, Red Roach. Oh, so, Lizardverse. Laser Versus. I didn't realize you were using the Roman version of V. Is it Roman or is it Greek? I don't remember. I feel like it's Roman, but no, I think it is Roman. Are you an adult? Are you allowed to hear no-no language? Because I spout a lot of no-no words. I swear like a sailor. Probably because I was a sailor. God, I'm such an asshole. It has been so long since I took Latin. I took 1 year Latin, failed. I remember Sawe for hello. And you pronounce The V, you're supposed to pronounce the V's like W's, like Wenny Weedy Wiki. But that's all I remember. Because I took that, God, fucking 19 years ago. Yeah, it was my junior year I took it. So 20 years ago. Quag. Oh, fuck you. You showed up a little late. I did point out that, so they've done studies. Gen Z is less technologically advanced. And this is not an offense to you guys because you guys grew up once the tech had already been out. And we had more efficient ways of doing it. But Gen Z is actually less technologically knowledgeable from Go than millennials are. And yes, I feel fucking old for that. Knowing that my generation learned how to write HTML because we had to update our MySpace. Maybe that's why I've got so much gray. Whatever, black dye will cover it up. Black hair dye covers everything. It has for the past 20 years for me. But anyway, so I watched Thunderfoot a while ago, and I do watch some stuff on politics. And you can make fun of me for this all you want. I can explain my views. Technically, I lean conservative. Even though if you look at my ideas on social policies, I am definitely more well, let's just put it this way. Most of the conservatives would kick me out of their party for a lot of things, and then they'd hear me say other things and be like, oh, no, wait, she's one of us, never mind. They wouldn't know what to do with me. What am I supposed to do? Gather personal effects. What the fuck are his personal effects? I just found these two. Mother... Uh-huh. Just fucking did this a couple weeks ago. When I determined it was time to buy it. Oh, here it is. There we go. No, I'm not a libertarian. Libertarians have evolved. So, with obvious shifts in the political spectrum, libertarians are now like hipster Republicans. Oh, we believed in this small government before it was cool. Oh, and by the way, to get back to what we were saying, really quick to finish it up, out of all of the policies, or out of all of the things that the government got right, when it came to aircraft maintenance, the government did it right. I did all of those acceptance inspections. The difference between aircraft maintenance, you can cite the Boeing win you would cite would be the I would have to say it would be the what's the Australian airline? Qantas. Was it the late 90s, I want to say? Qantas Airlines had a 747 overshoot the runway. They spent more money repairing and restoring that aircraft than it would have cost to buy a new one. So they could brag they never lost an aircraft. Their maintenance team worked insanely hard on it. A couple years ago, Delta did a very similar thing. I want to say it was a 767. When it flew into the Azores, I've been there. It's an island in the North Atlantic. I mean, it's extremely windy. You're going to get crosswinds. They got a crosswind. They smacked the runway. And if you were to peel back the skin on an aircraft, it looks like a rib cage. They're built to flex. Those wingtips on a 737 can flex 10 to 15 feet, I believe. 15 feet at the max, and it's only on a certain design of wing. It's the ones I worked on specifically. The longer ones, not the ones that fold up at the ends. What Delta did, Delta Airlines, the American carrier, they sent a maintenance crew to the Azores. They got the plane to where it would pressurize. They flew it back to Georgia, and 6 months later, it was back on the road and flying again. Because what you can do is you can lose an aircraft, you'll strip all the good parts out of it. But a certain aircraft, if it's notoriously reliable and it's a cosmetic feature, repairing it is not going to hurt you. They can literally take the entire wings off of aircraft and replace them. They did it for the P3 to extend the life of it because they had no replacement for it. They called it Red Stripe. They took the entire wing off the aircraft, had to ballast the front end so it didn't tip backwards, and they put new wings on it. You can do that with a plane. It's not like a car where you have to cut a piece off. No, you're just popping rivets off. That's it. They're made to flex. After a certain point, the skin is going to crack or wrinkle, and it will have, it may break the pressure bulkhead at that point. At that point, a maintenance team would have to come out and repair the pressure bulkhead. But on the other hand, you have experts who are trained for years to travel to meet these catastrophic failures on aircraft. Let them work. They're good at what they do. If I was to fly an American carrier, it would be Delta. I prefer Delta. I think American Airlines, their customer service has gotten shittier and shittier and shittier in a very short time frame, in less than a decade. Delta, do they have their problems? Yes. Did they just make the news for saying you have to wear an American flag pin and nothing else on your uniform? Yeah, don't make a political... Don't go to work in a customer service field, a public-facing customer service field, and try to make a statement of your personal political beliefs. You are representing a company. They're an American airline. Wear an American flag on your uniform. I have no issue with that. Would I love to wear pins for all the countries I've been to? Sure. I've been on 5 of 7 continents. The other 2 don't really want to go there. One's really fucking cold, and the other one is a war zone in 90% of it. But yeah, I think the government is efficient on that. Now as for policy, does everyone hate me? Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's about right. That sounds about right. Do I care? No, not really. Because I think we get a lot of things wrong in this country. We are a new country. We're running a government system that hadn't really run very well in any capacity. I think, like, for example, a controversial topic that loves to come up, abortion. I used to be in the Navy. I was an aircraft mechanic. Now I'm working on my chemical engineering. And I test chemistry for computer treatment. So, like I said, the U.S. new country, newer than the rest of the world. The Romans tried a republic. The key difference is, the Roman Republic. One of the biggest reasons Rome fell was because they were too dependent on expansionism. We've kind of hit our peak of expansionism. Do I like my hobby and playing video games? And since I'm on here anyway, I might as well broadcast it. Well, this is the first stream I've done in like 2 years. So, because I'm busy with work and school. So, yeah, do I like it? I mean, I'm already playing the game. I'm already here on my computer. Do I have ADHD? Yeah. Does it give me something to kind of do? Yeah. Do I get really distracted and pull a squirrel? Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna have to program it. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to program it for controller drift, or put a Bluetooth antenna, or boost the antenna on my computer. What do I think of moving to another country? Certain freedoms I enjoy as an American, I cannot enjoy in other countries. But do I think there are other countries that are absolutely did I enjoy visiting other countries I've visited? Yes. Moving to one has never crossed my mind. Visiting, yes. Primarily, and as weird as it sounds, primarily because the countries I want to visit, one of them has a severe language barrier. And that would be Japan. And the Japanese are really racist. Like, in America, we hear about it all the time. If you're not Japanese, they will block you from coming into a restaurant. There is a literal sushi restaurant that that did the reverse because he had spent time in America. And he only welcomes American guests, and the Japanese have to be invited. But there are plenty of restaurants you go to in Japan, and they will cross their arms if you are not Japanese. And the crossing of the arms, like X-Force and Deadpool, is essentially the sign of you're not welcome here, and we will not serve you. Get out. They are an extremely nationalistic country. To the point where I don't think it's necessarily a good thing. There's nothing wrong with having pride in your country, but it can go too far. I've never been to India. I have been to an island in the Indian Ocean. But I have not been to India. I have been to Australia. They have too many restrictions, and I lived in Florida, and the wildlife was trying to kill me there, and at least I could defend myself. Fuck out of my face. Loch Ness Monster. Fuck you. Oh my god. Alright, this is bullshit. Go the fuck to sleep. Aoki native. Well, I've always been dead inside. I participate in the soul-sucking corporatism of America. Although I will say the British Indian Ocean territory of Diego Garcia is absolutely gorgeous. Most beautiful beach I've ever seen in my life. Peru was sketchy as shit. Peru was so sketchy. Thailand. I went to the part where people go to party and get hookers, honestly. I went to Pattaya. The Philippines, there is way too much going on there right now. I know. The president's, granted, the president is cracking down on drug trafficking, human trafficking, stuff like that, but it has turned the country into a war zone. Like I said, Australia, Melbourne was absolutely gorgeous, and I loved the fact that I drove an hour and got to see penguins in the wild. They made me so happy. I love penguins. They're short like me. um, and they really like black. um, Sicily. When I went to Sicily on deployment, a local who had an Italian national who had been working at the base exchange was fired for time card fraud, and the local authorities came on and seized the entire commissary, even though they are not linked to one another, and the Italian government allowed them to do so. So buying groceries, we were very limited. The whole base was in a panic for like childcare items like diapers and formula. They had to ship it in from Naples. I didn't like that. But Scotland, I went there, and for some reason, for the first 2 weeks I was there, it was sunny. I was like, what is going on? I thought the United Kingdom rained all the time. I thought the whole archipelago was just rainy all the time, and they might see sun like once a year, and there's a severe vitamin D deficiency. I was in northern Scotland. I was in the Highlands, where they kind of do their own thing. It was very odd. It was not like I could see how Edinburgh represents more of UK culture, whereas the Highlands, they were just like, dude, let me live my life, let me do my thing, let's make some whiskey, it'll be fun, it'll be great. They really hated the French air crew that came in, though. They were kind of rude, though. They kind of just shoved us out of the way, and we're like, there's more of us than you. Okay, but see, I will give France props. They are really good at one thing, and when they get pissed off at their government, they are real quick to let them know, and they don't give a shit. They are good at that. They will shut down society. Iceland, everything was expensive, and the sun coming up at 2 a.m. was kind of weird. That fucked with me. I know a lovable Frenchman. He also wants to move to America. So he's like French light. He's not even French Canadian. He just needs to move to Louisiana and join the Cajuns. Yeah. And then, like I said, Romania, well, I remember the 90s. I didn't know I'd see it again so soon in 2016. No, he's tired of the shit politics in France. Um, but like, if you were to get into my stuff, I like you were saying earlier, I would be hated by both sides, or everybody hates me. Yes, because I don't think things like abortion, for example, the most highly contested topic recently, are it's a medical procedure. It's not a birth control method. But it shouldn't be outright banned either. It is a serious medical procedure. The idea of banning it outright when things like ectopic pregnancies do exist is insane. And by detecting, and I do think some protections like that should be in place. It is a major medical procedure. You can have severe internal bleeding from it. It is not something to take lightly. It is not a club to join. Just, oh, hey, I had an abortion. Hey guys, look, I'm cool like you. I had an abortion. No, it's a medical procedure. But I think that we've become too relaxed with that as a whole, too. Like, oh my god, let me have these fillers in my lips and my cheeks and my ass. How about just get off your ass and go to the gym? I mean, I don't, but I like food too much. And I'm like, that's a lot of effort to work off that food. I'll just do my 4 curls. Once you get to the point where life outside the like a premature birth is not a death sentence anymore, then yeah, I do think it's so. A heartbeat doesn't mean it will survive outside the womb. You only cross the 50% survival. What is the survival rate threshold? I want to say it's 22 weeks is where the threshold like really makes a large jump for survivability. So, but it's still pretty low until you hit about 32 weeks. And that was only recently. %, for babies born at 24 weeks gestation. If the mother is having major medical issues, like preeclampsia, which can kill her out of literal nowhere, it can be detected at 24 weeks. The risk of death for preeclampsia, if it's detected as early as 24 weeks versus the survival rate of a child at 24 weeks, I think those do have to be weighed. Do I think we've used abortion for eugenics? Absolutely. Where is it most commonly promoted? Urban centers, which are predominantly what they call minority populations. I think it needs to serve a medical purpose. You have issues like preeclampsia detected very, very early, a major birth defect that severely reduces the likelihood of survival outside the womb. Yeah. Carrying, because some of these issues can be detected early, and I'm not talking like, and I'm not necessarily talking genetic disorders where it's like the kid has Down syndrome or something like that. I'm talking there is a developmental issue where they can see there's skull deformity where like the brain's not developing properly. This person literally physically has a low chance of survival because of physical issues. Why does survivability? Because the complications from preeclampsia being so sudden, and the likelihood of hospitalization under emergency and duress before carrying to full term, or survivability going over 60%, I think it should be weighed as an option. I don't think it should be mandatory. It should be, you have a severe heart issue that can kill you. Your baby is likely to die outside of the womb. And even if they survive at the 40 weeks, they are more likely to have developmental delays, if not disabilities, permanent disabilities, because of the lung development at 24 weeks. Because preeclampsia can kill the mother, and it can be detected very, very early, before the baby is reasonably able to survive outside the womb. And I'm talking like lung development and a capacity to even transport oxygen without false respiration, and being entirely entirely attached to false respiration. That's where I think it is appropriate. For another case that I would cite, women who have IUDs. There is the copper IUD, which is a non-hormonal IUD. It's been around since the 60s. It was promoted heavily in women, especially during the 60s, because of the Vietnam draft. It came out, they found out it worked. It's non-hormonal, so they don't have to worry about clotting or anything. The issues that affect women in their mid-30s, roughly my age. But then they and their husband can partake in marital activities. They can get freaky while he's home on leave, but she's not stuck at home with a baby, and they can manage it. The problem with pregnancy on that is it's actually an 80% increased likelihood of ectopic pregnancies, which usually around the 15-week mark, the development has progressed so far that it can cause internal rupturing of the fallopian tubes and cause severe internal bleeding. You're 80% more likely to have an ectopic pregnancy if you get pregnant on an IUD. That's where your pregnancy would be. The other risk is the IUD itself being embedded in the uterine wall and causing a uterine collapse, or an issue during the pregnancy. That is a significantly lower risk, but it has happened. It has happened enough that I can tell you the military, who still views abortion as an optional procedure in America. Abortion is an optional procedure. It is an elective. And they very much treat it like that. If you have an IUD, they will send you for an abortion because of the insanely high risks that come with pregnancy with IUDs. Multiple ways to trigger internal bleeding before the baby is viable outside the womb, like even at a 10% chance. Because at 15 weeks, it is not a 10% chance. Not even. That's where we get into the whole... I think the religious people need to... I understand where they're coming from. I don't agree with it. But at the same time, I would make liberals mad because I think we need to severely cut our social programs. The notion that you can reproduce and continuously stay on a welfare program is fucking insane.
Wonderful. I was getting worried. So, here's the situation.
And yes, I have
You need to
witnessed
get
the
into the vault. I need
welfare
to get out.
babies. The baby mamas.
This door isn't intended for easy access, so it'll require joint authorization from both sides to open. I'm on this side and authorized. You're on that side and not authorized. But no worries. I've got a plan. All of the Lost were once members of the Vault and should have authorization. You just need to get a hold of a hand and scan it. Easy peasy.
I have to, like, for example, I have to prove that
Postmortem amputation and we'll be set.
issues I have stem from the military and how they're tied in, for example.
Time's a ticking.
And I have to go to appointment after appointment after appointment, and they can tell me no.
Anyway, I gotta run, but I'll be back. Scan a hand.
But
Bye.
I don't work, and I have 3 kids. I am going to get government assistance by bringing a birth certificate, custody documents, and in that case, proof that I am, you know, in many cases, it's proof you're seeking some kind of employment or something. States are starting to crack down on that shit, which I'm thankful for. But it's complex. Why do I have to prove that the military caused my injury? Beyond more than, here's my medical record. Or say it's a spinal injury, for example. I have one. I have a spinal injury. I have proof showing that I was going to physical therapy. All of the symptoms align in the same place, same symptoms. Years later, I've had MRIs. I've seen civilian practitioners. Are you sure that's from the military? Are you fucking serious right now? Yeah, it's complex. The immigration stance is like, I'm on both sides with that one. I really am. I have a friend whose mom, U.S. citizen now, moved him here when he was a baby. And because of the immigration laws that were in place at the time, it would have cost him $5,000 just to get in front of a lawyer when he turned 18 to get his citizenship. His mother was a citizen, but it could not pass on to him. He now lives in the UK because his dad was a Brit. So by birth, he was a British citizen. He didn't grow up in the country his mom moved him from. His mom moved him from the Dominican Republic when he was like 6 months old. He had been there to visit, but he didn't grow up there, and it was going to cost him $5,000 just to see a lawyer to get everything started. It's insane. That's not okay. His mom is a citizen. She immigrated here. One of the doctors that one of the engineers, he's a PhD. I've worked with him. He got his PhD in Texas. But he came from Iran. His PhD was to move to America because he wanted to be here. He likes America. He straight up bought into the Texas thing. He's like, hell yeah. And he didn't like to be called doctor. He's like, nope, this is exercise in patience because I wanted to immigrate to America and become a citizen. South America is warring. I understand why people are coming, but I don't agree with us just being so lax on it. There is true danger at the southern border of the US. There is cartel activity there. There are moms going into the desert and tapping for mass graves, honestly.
Cool. Sure, I'm a. Ah, good. Anyway, I'm head of the organics, but don't worry, my uncle in the overseer's office. Oh, and I've disabled. Anyway, like I said.
And besides, I hate how the I could never join the left because the left they don't actually believe in anything. They find a new thing to be angry about lately. To answer your questions. That's why I'm hated by everybody.
Told me to expect you. And do not mind my appearance. I can assure you I mean no harm.
Because I also don't think we should be just
Do you intend to harm?
giving handouts to everybody when they ask. We have a lot of problems at home. We need to be focused on us. No, not always. Willkommen. Guten Abend. So for example, in Middle America, we have a lot of chicken processing or livestock processing, hot dogs, stuff like that. Dirty butcher jobs for mass distribution that honestly they're willing to do for less money. Americans would not take that low of pay to work at a Hormel factory packaging hot dogs and slaughtering pigs. They would not take that little bit of cash to pluck dead chickens. They're farmers growing corn to feed the cattle that they're going to slaughter and send to those butchering plants. It's true, we really do use them for farming. Yeah. Is it convenient how they are courting these people? Oh yeah. Especially given the fact that a lot of those areas are historically very red areas. It's not anything new though. No, the right is more focused on more developed technology. And bigger industries. So your auto industry, anything defense related. Because for a lot of it, you have to have a clearance for defense related. So you have to be an American citizen. I will say though, discussing unionizing is a good way to get yourself fired in this day and age. Very good way to get yourself fired. Well, I applied to Honeywell to work on small auxiliary power unit jet engines. I could apply to Northrop Grumman. I could apply to... And these are within 20 minutes of my house. Well, okay, so where I grew up in Baltimore, there was a steel mill there for a very, very long time. It doesn't exist anymore. The shipyard's been gone since I was a child. My dad worked on those ships. That Key Bridge that fell in Baltimore, my dad watched it get built working at that shipyard. My dad told me about the current that brought the damn water in and what was going on when that ship hit it. My dad knows that water better than I do because he actually drove on it.
Where are my manners? I did not mean to be so standoffish. You're a most welcome guest here. I cannot be too careful. It has been a long time since we've spoken with anyone from the Soviet.
Although I will say, apparently, the Tyson plant in Nebraska, if you work there, like, if you're doing a work-study program in high school, and you work there, I think it's 5 years, they'll pay for your engineering degree. Wunderbar. Wunderbar. I passed German. That doesn't mean I speak it very well. I can read it better than I can. I can't do the the phlegmy stuff because I'm always phlegmy. I have allergies to everything. Plants just want to kill me.
No opportunity, and your
Bitch.
is currency too, I suppose. As you may have ventured to guess on your trip here, our beloved Shenandoah has seen better days, less stormy days. I'm in the midst of trying to get this under control, but our vault is still in a bit of a state of shock. If you'd be willing to engage in a bit of freelance work, I'm sure I can provide plenty of payment and guidance. Fantastic. I'm pleased to hear it. Perhaps I should introduce myself to assuage any hesitation you have. I am Hugo Stolz, overseer of Vault 63, yes, but also
So proud he said
a
Hugo,
man of
right?
business from the world of yore. Founder and CEO of Stolz Enterprises, respected member of Vault-Tech's board of directors, and overall international man of mystery. Allow me to formally welcome you to... Yes, that'll do perfectly. Oh, please. Hugo is just fine. No, I'm sure you have many questions. I would expect no less, but I promise your first task will help you answer much. Speak with our Chief of Security, James T. Oberlin, and fetch me his latest situation report. I'd like to have him vet you a bit before we proceed any further. I'm sure he'd be happy to answer questions for you about our current predicament while you're at it. You'll do splendidly, I'm sure.
It's a shame we don't have the workforce to spruce this place up a little.
The new animals up there. Any of them good for eating?
The U.S. is complex but we are also a very large country. I want to say it's
Nobody wants to know us because of our...
Germany. I want to say it's like Ohio, or it's West Virginia, Ohio, and Indiana are the width of Germany.
It's a shame we don't have the workforce to spruce this place up a little.
And we have so many environments too. That's the other thing. Maine, extremely cold. It's a very northern state. The idea that Italy is at the same latitude as New York. Parts of Italy are at the same latitude as New York. I go and see the beautiful blue Mediterranean. I would never think I'm that far north. And then I saw snow. On a volcano. On the southernmost island of Italy. In the middle of winter.
I miss research and science and discoveries and news. Screw it. I miss how it was.
Meanwhile, Okinawa, Japan is at the same latitude as Miami. And that tracks. That actually tracks.
Seeing someone do so much good around here. It's refreshing.
Although I can, speaking of those, I can say for certain I would not, absolutely not, move to Malaysia or Indonesia.
What would Cassie do?
That was at the Malaysia, or rather, sorry, Indonesia. I went there first. We had a briefing with the State Department that Judaism is not a accepted religion. It's not. It doesn't even exist. And then to find out that Israel's passports aren't there, that explains all the protests of businesses in the U.S. that do business with Israel. Well, half the assembly sites for anything in the world won't. They do a lot of assembly in Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore. And those are countries that won't even take fellow Muslims in. The Rohingya crisis that happened in 2015. We were watching it. There were people dying on smugglers' boats after they were getting kicked out of Thailand, and Malaysia and Indonesia would not let them come ashore. It was absolutely mind-blowing. No, it's a global thing. Israel's passport is not valid in Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, a bunch of Muslim countries. And there were terror cells there that also hated the U.S. There was a hotel in Jakarta that had been attacked in 2003, so it had only been 10 years when I went there since that happened, and it was bombed. It was a Ritz-Carlton. They're very Muslim. They practice Sharia law. They do. So, unlike Saudi Arabia, Iran, countries like countries that make up the Middle East, when you get to the Southern Pacific, Southwest Pacific island nations, they tend to only enforce it on their own citizens versus the versus everyone. Whereas in Saudi Arabia, you enter the nation, you are subject to this is the law of the land. Sharia law is the law of the land. Yeah. They have to an extent. So I was not subject to being stoned for not having my head covered in Malaysia. I wore very relaxed outfits in Malaysia. We bought alcohol in Malaysia and got drunk while we were there. But we weren't Malaysian. I will say, if my job tried to send me to Saudi Arabia or anywhere like that, I would quit my job. I would tell them I'm not going. I don't care. I am a woman from America. I could try everything to be on my best behavior. I will be under constant surveillance. And even if I thought I did nothing wrong, they could find something. I am not safe there. Okay, so in Malaysia and Indonesia, on New Year's, they are known to raid hotels and yank out and imprison couples that are not married. So yeah, they go a little crazy about it. They go hunting for them on holidays.
Vault 63 has lasted this long. No reason to think it won't keep lasting.
In Malaysia, the women's uniform actually did come with a head covering. But they allow women in that's the thing, they allow women in their military. Not as many Middle Eastern countries allow women in the military. If I was going to go anywhere in the Middle East, I would rather be in Israel than anywhere else as a female.
What's up? It's a shame we don't have.
But it is such a heavily contested area. I really have no desire to go to any region in that world. Like, I'm sure the pyramids look great.
Science and discoveries.
I'm sure Jerusalem has some amazing medieval architecture in it.
I wonder how that happened.
If I wanted to be around that much combat and put myself at risk, I would go walking through certain neighborhoods in Baltimore or New York City after dark. And I don't. Because in Baltimore or New York, I can't be armed. That's why I couldn't see myself moving out of the US.
Hopefully Daniel will report in soon.
I can take what some see as drastic measures to prevent myself from being a victim, but I am not a tall female. I am a female. I am at a... Could I train? Sure. I'm at a disadvantage against most dudes. They're taller than me. They have the upper body strength. Now, God forbid I get them on the fucking ground. I used to push around 2,000-pound O2 carts, so, like, if I kick them, I'm breaking ribs. But at the end of the day,
As if things weren't bad enough. Now I have to keep an eye on an outsider.
being able to take steps. Yeah. Hey, I had to get that cart moved.
Keep an eye on an outsider.
That plane needed O2.
What if we come back to the surface?
It wasn't going to move itself.
He wants to know us because of our...
And moving it by myself was safer for my hands because I knew when to stop, and there was a handbrake right there that worked really well.
Now I have to keep an eye on an outsider.
Then having somebody else push it, I could steer it, I could move it. It's on wheels. Once you get it moving, it's gonna keep moving. It's a lot easier to steer when it's moving. But
What are you planning, Stoltz?
yeah. Oh, and there are places, by the way, there are places in the US where I cannot take a gun, even if I'm in an area that says I can carry a gun on me. Employers can tell you you're not allowed to bring it in the building.
What are you planning?
And that's fine. I work behind multiple locked doors, so if somebody gets into the fucking building, holy shit. If they get into specifically where I am, holy shit. Because I'm in, like, this dark corner in the back of a building behind, like, 3 sets of locked doors
Hopefully Daniel will report in soon.
that also work as fire doors. So... Oh.
As if things weren't bad enough. Now I have to keep an eye on an outsider.
Anyway, let's talk about something different.
Someone do so much good around here. It's refreshing.
What are you planning, Stoltz?
The entire media has lost their goddamn mind, and I am so tired of hearing both sides because they're just crying nonstop. Oh, well, this side wronged me this way. Oh my god, half of your slights are perceived. They looked at you weird. That's just their face.
What are you planning, Stoltz?
Vault 63 has lasted this long. No reason to think it won't keep lasting.
As if things weren't bad enough. Now I have to keep an eye on an outsider. Hopefully Daniel will report in soon.
Supplies are starting to dwindle a little. Even with the stockpile from the supply runs. You know, before the storms.
Hopefully Daniel will report in soon. Hopefully Daniel will report in soon. James T. Oberlin, Chief of Security, Vault 63. Formerly United States Army. Ordinarily, an outsider would report directly to the security offices. But as you've seen, Mr. Stoltz isn't fond of ordinary. How exactly did you end up on our doorstep, outsider? And you were able to dispose of them? Interesting. Must mean you have some combat training. That could be helpful. Well, considering I'm entirely lacking any sort of credentials or background on you, perhaps you can fill me in on your history. You do seem fit to fight, at least. But that's not really an answer to my... I won't fault you for a lot. I've already been made aware that Mr. Stoltz buzzed... Sorry for the tip. I appreciate you. Here's my status report from...
It's a shame we don't have the workforce to spruce this place up a little.
The new animals up there. Any of them good for eating?
We felt the whole vault shaking a while back. Security said it was nothing to worry about, though.
Are there many like us out there? You know, with the skin? You reckon that storm is gonna get worse or better? Looking for someone?
Been a long time since we had a good community gathering around here.
Seeing someone do so much good around here. It's refreshing. Supplies are starting to dwindle a little. Even with the stockpile from the supply runs. You know, before the storms. Huh? What did you say?
I miss research, and science, and discoveries, and news. Seeing someone do so much good around here. I miss how it was before. It's refreshing.
You should have arrived a few years back. The old boat sure was something. You know,
What if we
for
go
the
back to
accent.
the surface? Nobody wants to know us because of our, you know, mission.
These jumpsuits don't leave much room for expression.
It's a
reason to think it won't keep lasting. Been a long time since we had a good community gathering around here. What if we go back to the surface and nobody wants to know us because of our, condition?
Ah, you've returned. I've just been thinking on some things. Yes, that. Don't worry about that now. I have a question for you.
Okay, so
Are we our brains?
I didn't do much on planes. I did maintenance on them. I worked on pressurization and safety equipment.
But is that not
It's a
just
bunch of turbos in a line.
consciousness? Perception,
It's nothing special.
coding, and the formation of memories.
I just got really pissed because one of the options in the game was to call someone who said they were Army a jarhead.
And in the eyes of others,
That's what I did in the military.
how many versions
I made fun of Marines. The ones I worked with were kind of retarded.
Of course. We've only just met.
I love my crayon eaters, and I know their favorite flavor is red.
I've forgotten there's much new ground to tread. I may have failed to mention after the incident that, well, perhaps it's more accurate to pulses of electricity. This world I see, but others, well, we have been trying to learn why this connection is permanently severed between us. Desperately so. A scientist, are you? Just like my Audrey and little Hilda. We are unsure of why, but we suspect that my condition may have mutated differently than others.
No shit.
Perhaps it was my proximity to... Oh, never mind me. This sort of talk is dreadfully boring. All of this is to say we need your help, my friend. There are many problems at our
Mein
field,
Freund?
but you are uniquely equipped.
Mein Freund, ja?
Do not sell yourself. You're going to... And pay me. Let's discuss your new... Take a moment to relax and process. And once again...
So,
New animals up there. Any of them good for eating?
bitch! We are not doing this cannibalism thing right now. Hell no. Absolutely fucking not.
So, shall we begin?
Oh my god, this is where the game glitched last time. Fuck. I've got to sit here and find and listen to budget Christoph Waltz talk the whole time.
As you've hopefully been made aware by now,
Really?
the source of the weather phenomenon outside is a device that is under our control. Or rather, the lack thereof.
By the way, has anybody who's
In order to
watching
solve this
ever
error, you'll
looked
need to acquire
at
the weather machine's blueprints.
the Fallout
They are on the
timeline?
wall
The
safe
actual,
just
like,
over
entire Fallout series timeline. It's fucking wild.
It's a shame we don't have the workforce to spruce this place up a little.
the hilarious part of all of this is the bad guy is such a stereotype German villain voice. Like, oh, how's convenient. I could use your help. Yeah.
Seeing someone do so much good around here, it's refreshing.
Ja, das ist gut. Sehr gut, sehr gut. Mein Fräulein, ja.
I could use some help over here.
Supplies are starting to dwindle a little. Even with the stockpile from the supply runs. You know, before the storm.
So, shall we begin?
The new animals up there. Any of them good for eating?
Excellent. As you've hopefully been made, or rather, in order to solve this error, we'll need. I've been known to be a bit creative with resources in the past, but I am not that wasteful. The safe can only be opened with a key that my beloved wife Cassie has chosen to hide in a very secure location. So secure that only she knows where it is. This is problematic as she has been unwell and unresponsive for quite some time. That said, she was a diligent note-keeper. I'm certain you could find out where she moved the key to if you were to search through her notes. You should find them all in our room upstairs. It is unlocked, so you should be able to just walk in. With my condition.
He looks like one of the Watchers for like how they've animated the Watchers in the Marvel series. In the Marvel universe.
You will? Oh, wie wunderbar. Best of luck.
I miss research and science and discovery and news. Screw it. I miss how it was before.
He really is like a bad German movie villain. Hmm.
It's a shame we don't have the workforce to spruce this place up a little.
A story. Let's see. During the War of 1812, in America, where Britain went for round 2,
Security checks just to get a breath of barely fresh air.
ich liebe dich. Dein Hugo. One of the last bastions. So depending on what kind of YouTube you watch, there is a section of YouTube where they discuss U.S. military. And one of the rules is don't touch America's boats. Well, Pearl Harbor, we kind of went into an industrial overdrive and built an entire new fleet in a very, very rapid, in a very short period of time. So the rule is don't touch America's boats. Well, there was one time America touched their own boats, and it was the War of 1812. So our national anthem was actually a poem, which a lot of people know, describing the Battle for Baltimore. So the Battle for Baltimore was a multi-day battle, and it took place technically on two fronts. There was the naval attack, and then there were ground troops. The ground troops went to enter through a very, very eastern peninsula towards Baltimore. Well, what ended up happening was the Americans killed their commander. And because of at the time, the British hierarchy and military command, the chain of command, there was complete chaos. Technically, their next in command for the Brits, he was the commander of the ships that were attacking the port of Baltimore. So they were thrown into a complete flurry because we killed their ground commander. Another thing we had was
I could use some help over here.
we took a bunch of older commerce ships that were in for refitting, generic ship maintenance, port work, and we sunk them. Well, where we sunk them and where Francis Scott Key witnessed the bombing of Fort McHenry in Baltimore was actually about 50 yards from where that Key Bridge that collapsed. About 50 yards from where the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed. All because we sunk their boats to keep them at maximum cannon range. Where, based on sighting and everything, they could shoot at us, but the likelihood of them hitting really, really low. That's why they also used rockets. Rockets technically could travel farther. The downside was they weren't really accurate at the time. And he wrote the poem, and it took about a week before they put it to a pub song, a drinking song. But it wasn't until, I want to say, the early 20th century that it became our national anthem.
Supplies are starting to dwindle a little, even with the stockpile from the supply runs. You know, before the storms.
I want to say it was before World War One.
I could use some help over here.
You reckon that storm is gonna get worse or better?
I could use
But
some help over here.
in saying that, so Francis Scott Key witnessed the bombardment of, and he was a lawyer, he witnessed the bombardment of Fort McHenry. And he just wrote a poem describing what he saw in the morning when the sun came up and you could see through the smoke and everything. The flag was still on this hill. The fort is at a peninsula at the very tip of the main harbor. Baltimore's harbor is a natural harbor. It is on the Patapsco River, and it is a tidal harbor. The Chesapeake Bay does have high and low tides. They experience storm surges during hurricanes when water gets pushed back up into the bay. So
I could use some help over
he was there, and then the battle for North Point was the conflict with the ground infantry. And so they invaded by Fort Howard. There is actually a property that the Brits burned on their way through. And and then there's a fort on the other side of the channel, each side of the mouth of Patapsco, where it enters the Chesapeake Bay. One is Fort Howard, one was Fort Armistead. Fort Howard is a park. Fort Armistead also a park, but it is more exposed. They do close off Fort Howard in the evening. And there's a VA hospital dating back to World War I that's next to Fort Howard. They can't use it anymore. In between those, we skip all the way up about 40 years. There is a fort in the middle of the Patapsco. If you were to look at a picture of the Key Bridge after it collapsed, there's an island in the middle of there. What is interesting about that is who designed it. He is not particularly well liked as an American military mind, given his actions later on. But in the late 1850s, Robert E. Lee built a designed that port security fort that still stands in the middle of the Patapsco today. Now, to tie further into the American Civil War, after he left the design of Fort Carroll, they finished building it. It was never outfitted prior to the onset of the Civil War, but it was built. It had minimal defense capacity. It had some cannons, but they hadn't even managed to install pumps to deal with the tidal surges, causing some flooding to some of the artillery batteries. So they couldn't fully outfit the fort. At the onset of the Civil War, several people in Baltimore were arrested as Southern sympathizers, secessionists. One of those, and there were also journalists arrested and imprisoned. One of those journalists was actually the grandson of Francis Scott Key, and he was interred at Fort McHenry. The fort his grandfather saw standing when the British lost. And how the British lost. Lee is respected for his military tactics, but as a person, they do not like him, which there is a funny story about that, and I'll get to that in a minute.
Don't you be starting to change things up around here.
Well,
We have a system and it works, damn it.
I could use some help over here.
Francis Scott Key's grandson interred at Fort McHenry. Well, another internment camp was built in Maryland for Southern sympathizers and POWs. It's actually in one of the Fallout games. It's Point Lookout. It's not an amusement park. Point Lookout was an internment camp. It was a prison camp, to be perfectly honest. And then in Fallout, you go to Arlington. Well, everybody hears about Lincoln was, this great president, blah, 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 blah.
We felt the whole vault shaking a while back.
Did he pass policies that... Did he pass the Emancipation Proclamation? Yes, not without great hesitation, though. He delayed it. He did delay it. And he suspended habeas corpus, and plenty of content creators have gone over this, and they portrayed as such a black and white issue. Well, Lincoln did a lot of things that were very, very much against what we sit and say we stand for. Lincoln suspending habeas corpus and arresting the press. That's a violation of the First Amendment. Or actually, it's a violation of multiple constitutional amendments. He's because he could. And the northern states backed him. Maryland did not make any moves to secede. South Carolina actually started that shit. And each state had their own articles of secession, and Texas is the funniest to read because Texas still holds a lot of that ideology of, we were a republic and agreed to join you. You do realize we weren't a state for a while after the whole, like, beaten back Mexico thing. Like, Texas loves to remind they did it during the Civil War, too. Well, so Lee designs these forts. He was the commandant of West Point, our U.S. military academy. Well, at least for the Army. The U.S. Naval Academy is in Annapolis, Maryland. It's also very within close, actually in viewing proximity of the oldest continuously run state house in the U.S. It is still the state capital, and it dates to before the Revolution, or, well, right around the onset of the Revolution. Lee was stuck in a very unfortunate place. He didn't act, so Arlington, it was Lee's plantation, there were slaves on it. That's what they say. Except it came from his wife's family. Arlington was his wife's family's home. She was probably the only surviving to adult, or the oldest female descendant. So by him marrying, then he received the property and it became a Lee family property. Because at that time, wealthy women could kind of get away with inheriting shit. Really wealthy women. And their husbands could not do anything with their slaves. They could write off on taxes. They could make other purchases. They could change the home. They could change what crops were being used, things like that, so on and so forth. They were liable for the taxes. The men were liable for it. But when it came to land ownership, and landowners were wealthy at the time, the women did have their property when they were landowners. Ulysses S. Grant, of all the things to discuss, Ulysses S. Grant, his wife came to the marriage with slaves. Her father gave her slaves. He did not come with any of them. He was a pastor's son. Stanley, go lay down. Thank you, sir. It wasn't just to break the economic spine, it was to break the fighting spirit of it. And they were hoping to weaponize, actually what they wanted to do was weaponize the slaves in revolt. They wanted to arm them and have them revolt against the plantation owners. Because by that point, the wealthy Southern officers had kind of resigned to slaves taking advantage of the war effort to flee to the North. In one of the books I read for one of my classes I took for college, because I did have to take a historical class. I took military history. One of the books, a man essentially says, like, well, my manservant, and these are historical accounts. This professor is quoting historical accounts. He goes, my manservant ran last night, and he basically just nonchalant goes, well, I'm not going to chase him, so I guess I don't have one in the field. He just didn't care. Meanwhile, the Northerners were and this is what they don't talk about, the Northerners were very outspoken against arming them. They did not think they could be armed and formed into military combat units. They did not think they had the cohesive nature to do so. They openly wrote in letters, I will not fight alongside a black man. They were very against it. It was not exactly a North versus South thing. It was white people. It was some white people shit. They were actually more outspoken about open racism and hostility than the Southerners were. The Southerners were like, well, I'm not going to chase him and drag him back. He's gone. We're in a war. I can't go do that. He's gone. But, okay, so Lee's property, it was his wife's. He could not sell his wife's slaves. They left a group of them. We did. We did. We really did. We just whited out. But so Lee, and where Lee's property is, if you were to visit Arlington Cemetery, which was Lee's property, is actually smaller than Lee's property was, than the Arlington estate was. It is directly across the river from the mall in DC, where at one end is the White House, at the other end is the U.S. Capitol, essentially. He was staring them across the river. And people and his neighbors were to his back. Lee had a very difficult decision to make. He could not win that decision. I give up my home either. He would have had to give up his home either way. He was not going back to Arlington. The fucked up part was a general that served with him went and took the property. And because he was so furious with what Lee did by siding with his neighbors, which I have to say, he had cannons pointed at him. They literally had cannons on the banks of the Potomac. He had cannons pointed at his home. And he still chose to side against the cannons pointed at him. Out of spite and malice, he said, well, I took your property, but I'm going to make sure you never move back. And he used... Arlington was not always this grand cemetery where we honor military, the deceased from the military. It was a poor soldier's... It was a mass grave for a while. They dug up her entire rose garden and made it a mass grave for poor soldiers whose families couldn't afford to bring their bodies back home. So it was a poor person's graveyard. He did that, and Lincoln did nothing to stop him. And it was literally out of spite. It was all out of spite. And I'm sorry... The Potomac, it is quite a wide river. It is. It's not that wide. Those cannons were a lot closer to him than the cannons were to Fort McHenry.
These jumpsuits don't leave much room for...
No, not quite. No. They are, I would say it's probably... If you're talking about the railroad in Fallout 4, I would say it's probably more similar to the Holocaust escape of World War II, where people were putting their lives on the line, frankly, to save those who would have been sent to concentration camps. And I'm not talking about just the Jews. I'm talking about a plethora of people. Because Hitler might have liked Catholic artifacts. He really didn't like Catholics. He just played their game because, well, it was kind of mutual destruction. So anyway, Francis Scott Key's grandson, interred. Ulysses S. Grant, not a slave owner. His wife was. People are trying to condemn him for that. Now, which, I mean, he was. They literally, one of the excerpts from the book, and I'll never forget this because it was just so wild to read. And it was one of the very few Southern ones that was openly like, no, that matches everything we're told, and they continue, like, that's regurgitated, that it stays consistent, was they were talking about buying a wet nurse. And they were discussing price. And he was like, yeah, I think $5,000's a fair price for her. And I'm just like, oh my God. They are literally discussing what's a good price for a person. And it's just, it's mind-blowing to me.
What the hell are you? What's that?
So yeah, all of these things are tied together very much. World War II and World War I, not so much, but basically from the American Revolution to the Civil War, there are a lot of players in it that have ties to both. So, for example, South Carolina, as I said, I'm familiar with the secession. They were the first state to sign Articles of Secession and make a move on creating the Confederate States. The governor at the time who was pushing for it, he was not the one who finalized everything, but he was the one who had everything. And it was basically like right after he left office that they signed. His name was William Henry Gist. Well, if you were to go to Charleston, there is a grave there for Mordecai Gist. Now, during the Civil War, there was a general called States' Rights Gist, William Henry Gist's cousin. Mordecai Gist, another cousin. His sons were named Independent and States. Now, Mordecai Gist was a Revolutionary War general. In fact, he helped some of the revolutionaries escape, and then ended up moving to South Carolina. He was from Maryland. And then there are other families. The Gist one's the most famous one that I'm familiar with. And of course, a lot of them, they had daughters and they married into other families. So there's a lot of overlap. But if you look, there's a lot of ties. So Francis Scott Key, he was tied War of 1812. His grandson, one of Lincoln's interred. The Gist family, early participants in the American Revolution, kind of started that shit. Well, they were like from go commanders, high-ranking commanders. And then they started the Civil War. Washington's family, Patton's actually, there is one World War II tie. Patton was like a distant cousin, of course, obviously based on 150 years. Distant cousin of George Washington. It's... So, U.S. politics may be messy, but if you think about it, we've kind of been a little chaotic for 200 years, and, well, we don't have the barbarians or the Germanic tribes invading our borders and tearing us apart from the inside. Looking at you, Rome. The Germans who literally sold themselves into slavery just to tear apart the Roman Empire from the inside is mind-boggling. Fucking wild. Insanely brilliant tactic, but fucking wild. Motherfuckers were down to party. And also Ulysses S. Grant, he viewed it as there was a significantly higher population in the Union, and they were not afraid to draft people. Except for the wealthy could pay for a substitute. So that was kind of fucked up. But,
Yes.
but
If you would excuse me,
Lee just
I would like a moment with my wife. Come find
treated soldiers as a tool and nothing more than a tool. He would just replace his down soldiers and send them to die, essentially. Let's see, what else could I tell? If you were to ever go to Okinawa, I would highly recommend the tours of the... I would highly recommend taking the tour of the naval bunkers that they had there. And for lack of better terms, the Suicide Cliff. It's where the Okinawa Ground Forces commander committed seppuku. No, it wasn't a war of attrition. No. He was literally killing them. They called him they called Grant a butcher because he would overwhelm the enemy by numbers and he would just keep throwing more bodies at the problem. And that got so many people killed. He was hyper aggressive in just overwhelming the enemy. And the thing was, the Mississippi, because of slave territory disputes leading up to the Civil War, there was a good chunk of the Mississippi River that you could not traverse down without getting shot at from both sides. And they had to get to New Orleans.
Spruce this place up a little. Seeing someone do so much good around here. It's a fresh
Because New Orleans was the key port to go up the Mississippi.
What are you planning, Stoll?
It's literally at the mouth of the Mississippi. So, where was I after that? Oh, Okinawa.
Make it quick.
The Battle of Okinawa was very bloody.
Then
Japan...
deal with Surface-side security.
Okinawa was invaded by Japan in 1878. It did not belong to Japan before that. They actually used it as a trading port to keep their country isolated, and China did the same thing. So Okinawa was basically the meeting point to trade in between. It was the DMZ basically. Oh, I have been. Every time I go silent, I'm usually drinking. I have to anyway because I did take my Adderall and it's starting to wear off. I get dry mouth from Adderall. But Okinawa, obviously, these were Japanese forces. They viewed the Okinawans as not true Japanese, so they were treated very poorly. We know what they did to POWs. They did horrible things. A lot of our science comes from that legendary unit where they made people jerky to find out how much water's in the human body.
You reckon that storm is gonna get worse or better?
Well, but what you don't see, and they don't show a lot of pictures of it, is the civilians that were in caves. If troops got in there with them, they would use them to do bonsai charges at American troops coming by. They would give them sharpened bamboo sticks and tell them to go run. Or they would hand civilians pins or grenades and tell them to pull pins on it because they were not surrendering. The naval bunkers that are on Okinawa are still pockmarked from the grenade shrapnel from where they did that. It's absolutely haunting to see.
There are 3 residents that have been complaining about a myriad of concerns.
And to know that these, and to read the accounts. So
Best bet is to track them down.
most wars you have the losers and the victors.
Hard work. They should have more than enough to keep you busy for the time being.
Oh no, the Okinawans say they're not Japan. We kind of just gave it back to them when it wasn't theirs to begin with. That's a whole different story. I haven't even gotten to that part yet.
So you'll be with us for
The accounts from the war, there's an account from these students that were enlisted in basically civilian reserves. The teenage girls, they worked as nurses. There are accounts of them being in this caves and they are hearing the screams of people and they can hear the maggots eating the rotting flesh. It's horrifying. The Himiyuri Corps. Yes. That's what it is.
So you'll be with us for a while. Try not to get
And they're hiding in these caves. Because the Japanese told the Okinawans, we were going to come and kill the men, rape the women, eat the babies. Oh no, I said that bad word on YouTube. Oops. That's what they were told about us. Was we were going to do horrible things to them and their babies. And
You're back. I hope you have good
so there's 3 sides. Japan's that unique stage where there's 3 sides to it. Because you cannot say the same thing about Russia. Because we all know that Stalin stole the Rolls-Royce engine just because he knew Hitler would betray him, but he was teaming up with him for a while to get that tech because, well, communism. They kind of killed all the smart people and erased them from photos. But the Okinawan accounts, and then so the U.S. took the island because, and we saw horrible, ferocious fighting. I will maintain what I said in my exam where I answered this question. The atom bomb is now only controversial because we know of all the cancers and all of the effects of radiation sickness. The atom bomb was still so new when we used it. No, it wasn't controversial. We had already been firebombing. We had already been firebombing the shit out of Japan. We could not afford to put people on the ground there. It would just be a slaughter. Okinawa was so small and so many people died fighting for that. It would be even worse where they were condensed in Japan. the local Japanese force absolutely had the land advantage. They fully utilized their land advantage in Okinawa, the mountainous reef terrain. It was just a small enough island our battleships could shell very far inland. Well, actually, we could literally shell the whole island. That's how narrow the island is. We could not do that with Japan. The atom bomb is only controversial because of how devastating it is after the fact. We blow up stuff all the time. In war, stuff gets blown up all the time. The problem is you don't have cancer showing up from it 20 years later. Or people having their skin slough off for no discernible reason. Their hair falling out weeks after the fact. The water's undrinkable. That's why it's controversial. Did we know things about radiation? Yes, we knew about radium. We knew about the radium girls, what it did to them. Was the atom bomb the same thing? No, absolutely not. They used radium to make watch arms glow in the dark. The atom bomb didn't glow in the dark. It was just really big and heavy.
Let me know when you've had a chance to investigate. I'll be here in the meantime, dealing with all this.
So we bomb. We're holding Okinawa. That's our big holding.
Be with us for a
The
while.
Emperor comes on the radio. People finally hear his voice for the first time. He was a god to them. They finally hear his voice for the first time over the radio as he surrenders, which was his generals did not want to do that. They actually tried to continue fighting because it was so disgraceful that he would dare surrender.
So you'll be with us for a while.
Try
not to get underfoot.
We held Okinawa. When we were not the occupying and governing force, we quote returned it to Japan.
Move along.
Yes, Japan held it prior to us being the governing body there, but it was only because they were making massive land grabs, and they made a massive land grab on Okinawa in 1878 as they started their expansionist
Is there a reason you're
goal to basically hold the Western Pacific. Yes, we were completely a governing body. Yes. We actually governed the island.
loitering in my office?
Supplies are
So
starting.
you'll be with us for a
And
while. Try not to get
and you know, there's evidence today to show that Japan still does not view Okinawa as equal. It is the poorest prefecture. They hold 2/3 of all American troops stationed in Japan.
So you'll be with us for a while.
Most of the military controversy that happens in Japan happens on Okinawa. Beautiful island. Great water to swim in. Reef kind of hurts, but absolutely gorgeous island.
Seeing someone do so much good around here. It's refreshing.
Have you heard about? Oh, a stranger.
And then,
Anyone from outside
now
my
as for the
house.
Soviets,
Brings you here.
Stalin knew Hitler was going to betray him. Yeah, he did other shit to backstab Hitler, and, well, they were both right. Meanwhile, in Japan, Japan denies wrongdoing. There's still something contested, and I don't remember quite what it was. But Okinawa contests it to this day, and they actually side more with the Americans, but there are three sides to the story. There is Japan's World War II museum, there's Okinawa's accounts, and then there are the American accounts. And I finally had a show stop me midway, because I watched I watched bits and pieces from the show, just one to go over areas I had been to in person, and two, I had read accounts. Three, well, I was reading the book for military history, so I might as well watch the show that goes with it. I read the book. Well, the show's actually a combination of two books, two different accounts, two people. I watched the Pacific, and I had to stop episode 9 because I was absolutely horrified at one scene. I've watched plenty of other war movies. I've watched far more gruesome and gory things. I've watched videos on morticians talking about what happens when you die in certain conditions, or why Moby Dick, the guys, kept starving, or how cannibalism doesn't work as a survival tactic. Plenty. I've had an in-depth conversation with pictures on the mile marker bodies from Everest. Watching the Okinawa episode of Pacific, and it's particularly a scene, knowing the accounts, and personally reading handwritten accounts from journals. And this one is kind of fictionalized, obviously, because they're condensing a lot of the combat. A woman approaches the Marines, and she's holding her baby, and she's crying, and she is trying so hard to pass off her baby. And then finally she opens up her arms when none of the Marines will take the baby off of her. And it's revealed she has explosives strapped around her, and the Japanese detonate it. The baby's still in her arms. I had read the accounts. I had seen the pockmarked walls. I saw the rows and rows of walls of etched names of people who died in Pacific Theater. I had to stop that episode because what the fuck? It finally came. Ironically, a highly fictionalized, a historical dramatization, but of something I read the real accounts of. It became very real, and it was like, oh fuck, that happened. That similar shit happened.
Chief Oberlin's finally getting around to dealing with this, huh? And sending in a stranger to boot. We must... Yeah, there's things like... People are scared.
Oh, last time I was... Damn, you took my arm with it, too. And,
I'm sure I'm sure people, actual combat veterans, would laugh at me for it. I mean, I didn't see combat. I was lucky. I mean, I went in 2009. I was lucky. I did not go to a combat zone. I deployed to mostly first world countries, and then I went and stayed in nice hotels. It was mostly luck. I mean, partially it was hard work in my training.
You can get to the lower
But
levels from the elevators just over there. There's also a stairwell down just across the atrium that leads directly to the storage room.
there's still evidence of combat.
And thank you.
And it's...
good luck down there, and, welcome to Vault 63.
It's when it makes something that's been painted over and the blood scrubbed away, it makes it real. The blood's not there. It's the walls are painted. to hide the destruction from the grenade, to hide at least the staining from the grenades.
We felt the whole vault safe a while back.
So,
What if we go back to the surface? And nobody wants to know us because of our, condition.
yeah. It, kind of sucks. Right? I hear it. Oh, there you are. Ooh. Piece of candy. Eh. Reactor. Oh. Very well. Hmm. God, if only it was that easy to fix a fucking pipe. Especially on a melted down, on a partial meltdown of a reactor. What the fuck? Yeah, look, I fixed this reactor. There's nothing wrong with me. I don't have any mutations. So... now I gotta go off this guy. Poor bastard. Shit. Ugh. Oh, if you haven't seen the Fallout show, there's a song in the final battle. And it's, it is a haunting song. I don't want to see tomorrow.
Then I saw. Do you mind?
You know something weird? We felt the whole world shaking a while back.
Where the fuck is Alfie's keycard? Just want to kill him a little bit. Shit. Some fucking guy named Alfie. Beloved communist swine. Everybody's got a kink. Wow. That's not weird. Yes, I do, and I'm gonna keep it. Thanks.
I believe you have some. Did I ask you to forget the petty gossip now?
Yes, Hugo.
Well, they're no good to. Go deliver them. Oh, I do hope we can keep that just between us. I'd hate for rumors to flutter about.
It's a shame we don't have the workforce to spruce this place up a little.
Don't you be starting to change things up around here. We got a system and it works, damn it.
You would have. Before you... If you were to repair a ship by replacing it plank by plank, piece by piece, so much so that no single piece of wood from the original vessel remained, would you have a new ship? Or would it still be the original, only improved?
If you do not replace the keel, then you still have the original ship. They say plank by plank, but the keel is not exactly a plank.
Both in the origins of the question.
It's still a complex fucking... Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Gato.
After half of the planks, after the final part is
What do you want?
perhaps the rudder, our mast. If we
Yes, Your Majesty, I will get you the nummy nums. It is time to feed the children. Because they're like fucking toddlers.
And you have important business to attend to. Now, off with you to see Audrey. She's buried in her books in the meteorology sector.
I will be right back.
I hope you have some good hiking boots. It's quite the trek. Safe travels.
Hello, McT.
I could use some help over here.
Gentlemen and ladies attire. That sounds like a Queen video. I will be right back. I have to feed the cat and the dog. Because they act like toddlers about food and start yelling at me. Mainly the cat, because he's food aggressive and he's fat.
You reckon that storm is gonna get worse? Better.
It's a shame we don't have the workforce to spruce this place up a little.
Been a long time since we had a good community gathering around here.
What if we go back to the surface? And nobody wants to know us because of our, condition.
What if we go back to the surface? Nobody wants to know us because of our, condition.
We felt the whole boat shaking a while back. Kid said it was...
Supplies are starting to dwindle a little. Even with the stockpile from the supply runs. Before the storms. It's a shame we don't have the workforce to spruce this place up a little.
You should have arrived a few years back. The old folks sure was something.
What if we go back to the surface? And nobody wants to know us because of our, condition.
Been a long time since we had a good community gathering around here.
Don't you be starting to change things up around here. We got a system, and it works, damn it.
I miss research, and science, and discoveries.
Don't you be starting to change
and
things up
news.
around here. We got the
Screw
system
it.
and it works.
I miss how it was before.
There was a landslide around the mansion? I wonder how that happened.
There was a landslide around the mansion? How that happened?
Alrighty.
I'm tired of all the red tape and security checks just to get a breath of barely fresh air.
You reckon that storm is gonna get worse? Better.
It's a shame we don't have the workforce to spruce this place up a little.
So we're in the butt. You know what?
Tape and security checks just to get a breath of barely fresh air.
I miss research and science and discoveries. We felt the whole and new.
Damn it, it's done.
Screw it. I miss how it was before. Vault 63 has lasted this long. No reason to think it won't keep
It's a
lasting.
shame we don't have the workforce to spruce this place up a little.
You reckon that storm is gonna get worse? Better.
Do. Hmm.
What if we go back to the surface and nobody wants to know us because of our, condition?
Supplies are starting to dwindle a little. Even with the stock.
Yeah, I got the cat to lose weight by putting him on the schedule with the dog.
The new animals up there. Any of them good for eating?
What if we go back to the surface? And nobody wants to know us because of our... Been a long time since we had a good community gathering around here.
So, right now my office is torn apart a bit. Normally, I have the cat laying next to me in his office chair. And I put the camera on him. He is my streaming co host. And his name is Sir Fatness Lucifer. I love Sir Fatness Lucifer. Oh, he has a Twitter. I don't really update it a whole lot. But my cat is solid black and has a propensity for glaring at people. And, well, I made it because I always had the camera pointed at him, so everybody came to see the cat. And I was like, yeah, he's a really skilled gamer. I'm going to check something really quick. the... Okay, yeah, I will be doing that after I am done um, getting everything together, getting the controller configured and everything. Oh, I didn't even notice this. Ooh, fancy. Ooh. It's up here. I don't need the elevator. I need to find Alvy's fucking key card. What the fuck? Alfie, you dick. Okay, that is awesome. Way to make fun of the operation game. Oh, well, I'm the asshole. Cool. That's dope as fuck. That's so much better. Oh my god, that's amazing. I want to read Alfie's journal. Because I am a nosy bitch. It's been a while since the bombs dropped, but life in the vault is still pretty crummy. None of us have completely escaped this radiation malarkey, that's for sure. Perhaps if old Stolz had kept his ego on a leash just for once and built a vault that was actually finished on time, then we wouldn't be in this damned mess. Instead, he played up to the clock, making this underground palace, and now we're the ones who have to pay the price. Would it have been so crazy to make sure that we were in the vault when the bombs dropped and not installing some crappy gutters? Things ain't improved much, and most folks have gotten sick one way or another. But hey, at least we're alive, right? Even if we do look like shriveled raisins. Ha! A lot of us have lost our hair, and some sad saps have even lost facial features. I ain't so worried about it, though. Hair or no hair, I'll still be a handsome devil. Nah, bro, you were... I don't think you could survive the Jaeger required. Or any human could survive the Jaeger required. Lawrence was running his mouth, as usual, about his college days and how many beers he could drink in 10 minutes. Well, I've challenged him on it. How hard can it be to drink 7 beers in 10 minutes? Since all this weird radiation stuff, I probably won't even feel it, right? May? These last few days, I've been feeling strange. I keep having outbursts, and I'm afraid of lashing out at the others. I'm not sure if it's the effects from this damned radiation or if it's because we've been cooped up here for so long. Either way, I don't want to risk hurting anyone else, so I've asked Margaret and the others to lock me in my room. Permanently. Hello, Gato. Hello, hello, Sir Fatness. Come here, sweet boy. Hmm. Sorry, my controller was dying and it's actually applying an update right now. Oh my god, it's so sensitive. That. Ah, yes. Fallout physics. Where books just randomly, well, they're hanging out. That's a thing.
It's a shame we don't have the workforce to spruce this place up a little. The new animals up there. Any of them good for eating?
Don't you be starting to change things up around here. We got a system, and it works, damn it.
Yay, I fixed it.
Vault 63 has lasted this long. No reason to think
Yeah.
it won't keep
We'll
lasting.
spread the word that you are someone trustworthy. Thanks again for all the help. You're all right, outsider.
How's it going out there? Windy? Garish?
These jumpsuits don't leave much room for expression.
What brings you back in here?
Alright, I need out of this fucking vault. No, because usually with the plane, turning it off and turning it back on again worked. really. Oh. Hushio. With the planes, I know it sounds stupid turning it off and turning it back on again, but a lot of the valves in there are timed. So it was just resetting the timing mechanisms. Yeah, it's just resetting a timing mechanism because certain valves will, like, when one valve goes to 60%, another one slews to 30, and so on and so forth. Or it's like one will open, the other one's supposed to be closed. And if one's not, doesn't move as fast as the other one, then it'll throw a code. So you just turn them off, turn them back on, they'll cycle through. They'll run their cycling and it usually clears itself. At least on the cooling side. On engines and pneumatics, on P3s, go out and beat it with a wrench. It's a 40-year-old aircraft. The valve is probably just sticking a little bit. Speaking of commies. Fuck you! Oh, wait. I know. I gotta go. Ooh, I need to go. I need to go right now. I know what I need to do. My time has come. I need to go. I keep forgetting that camp's full of commies. It's showtime. Gracias. Wait. You said you're in Europe and it's dry. Where in the fucking Europe is dry? In the mountains? Wait, it's not hot. Do. Oh, okay. That's fair. America. Oh, brother, I am about to murder some commies. I gotta be as patriotic as possible. All right, let's see. I'm not even equipped for melee. This is gonna be amazing. Come here, commies. Yes! Come here. The dogs are commies too. Wait, hold up. Did I fuck up? I think I fucked up. Damn it. Just works. That's right, Todd Howard. All right. I just want my armor to talk about killing commies. It's hilarious. Did I, like, turn down the volume or fuck it up? Is it not gonna say because I'm around actual commies? Are you really throwing Molotovs? Oh my god, you are. You are so dumb. Congrats, you just played yourself. Ooh. I'm in danger. Diseased commie bear. Oh, I just killed California. Damn. Oh, there you fucking are. Alright.
Victory is
Holy shit, I found it! Holy shitballs. Three inmates attempted to escape from the prison. They successfully pried open the floorboards using concealed tools. Well, subsequently attempting to tunnel their way out through the foundation of the prison. The discovery of this plot was made during routine bunk inspection when contraband tools were found hidden beneath one inmate's pillow after a private conversation with the inmate in question. They disclosed the identities of their co-conspirators, all of whom have since been appropriately dealt with. Outcome. The inmate who cooperated by revealing their fellow conspirators was placed in the secure inner holding cell, while the other two inmates were transferred to the island and the range, which follows established procedures. Next steps, we must increase the frequency of our inspections and implement a policy of separating groups exceeding 2 individuals to prevent such incidents from occurring. We must also fix the security flaw in the back corner before we get any new arrivals. Get your commie fix ready. Oh, and I absolutely agree. Fucking Liberty Prime talks so much shit. It's so beautiful. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Oh, they were feeding the commies dog food. That is some shit we would do if there was a shortage, like, not gonna lie. What are you doing in there, bud? Alright, where the fuck is that Yowpai? I'm gonna kill that thing too. Hey, buddy. I'm gonna kill you now. Come here. We'll fight. Oh, you can't. Oh, no problem. For the greater good. I am such a terrible person. Calm down, Pinocchio. Communism will never win. Oh. Ooh. But yes. Hello there, fellow Skyrim players. Oh, normal. Yep, that's normal. Fuck your commie propaganda. Better. Want to like, I'm not sick right now, so I can't do it. I just want to come in here and do my Batman voice. Where are the commies? Do it so much better when I'm sick. Where are the commies? Oh. Mm-hmm. Ooh. All your base are belong to us. my inner child would have me smacking the fucking smack talk button in this armor so hard. Or, like, setting it to the loosest parameters. Like, if you look at me the wrong way, I'm gonna shit talk you. My armor's gonna shit talk the fuck out of you and call you commie. I will say this is like the most unrealistic part of this game. The fact that there would be a giant commie camp recruiting out of DC in West Virginia. Like, nah, bro. I mean, maybe some new meth dealers. But... Oh my god. Talk about insufferable. I mean, don't get me wrong, Cheeto Supreme. Like I said, I think he's a fucking asshole. But I didn't disagree with like some of his policies. He did good for the military. Oh, there you are. Commie fuck. Bitch. I'm out to play. Warriors. The Chinese were so bad at communism, they had to build the stocks of their AKs out of shovel handles. They were even worse than the Soviets. Which, by the way, I do, like, I for real have a pretty, I'm not gonna lie, I have a pretty sick Soviet rifle. Never shot it. Heard it's, like, highly inaccurate and basically communist garbage. But Mosin Nagant, not a terrible. A 9130. I mean, it's at least pretty sure my gun's killed somebody. It is from 1943. Hey, like half of you still there. I didn't burn all of it. Fucking rookie. smell a bitch. Oh wait, this guy's dead. That's unfortunate. It's okay, my brother's in Commonwealth. My brother's in capitalism. I will avenge you! Oh, fuck. Look what I can do. Oh, fuck. He respawned. Thanks, Todd. How does the commie bear have a more patriotic weapon? Oh, they all respawn. Alright, fine. I'll kill all of you then. Bugs. God, your weapons suck. I'm gonna use this black powder pistol. It'll work fine. Oh. Actually, I'm gonna I need to scrap them. And you. Did he use that, or did he use... Oh. They gave Mosins to women. Snipers. Although you do have me curious now, so I'm gonna have to look that up after I scrap these weapons. Oh no, what do commies do without food? Die. You're cute. Grizzly bears just want cuddles. You. You know what? I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna go to my home. Maybe get in my hot tub. I don't know. A little feisty. Oh, my virgin eyes. Simo did use a finished version of the Mosin Nagant, so the bolt would have been slightly different, the stock was slightly different. My thing is, I couldn't imagine carrying it. Like, in the field because it is so heavy. It is so big. It's 4 feet long. So 1.3 meters. And it weighs like 8 kilograms. Oh, I should left it.
What do they feed you in the world, anyway?
Oh, they still do. It's just the unevenness, and when you're having to hold it for a sustained period, having the front end of the barrel drop.
I used to say I'd try anything once. Hello? should start my own garden.
God, I can't imagine barrel drop on a fucking 8 kilogram rifle, especially one that's 1.3 meters. Because it's not so much the marching when the rest of your pack weighs more than it can counterbalance if you strap it down right. It's when you actually have to use it. It sucks. All right. Feed me.
Oh, I brought back some beautiful produce from my latest trip. Didn't you just have a snack? Give it some time to settle, and I'll be happy to make something. Haha, of course. Sure thing. Let me get out. Oh, there are some classics here. Let me know if anything catches your eye.
All right, let's see if I can do this. I have never had that issue. Oh, maybe I did. I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention. And you'd think by now that they would learn that it's mostly dudes playing female characters. Look, Mom, I can make sandwiches now. I will admit though, my blood elf, she knows what's up. She knows what she did. Sassy little hoe.
Only together can we stop the spread of communism.
Oh, sure, now you want to say something not against the actual commies.
Communist detected on American soil. Lethal force engaged.
guess. Complete an event in the forest region. Scrap trunk to produce glass and scrap trunk to produce wood. There's nothing going on in the forest region. Oh, I don't like that one. That's lame. We can go do that.
Automated message to follow. Attention all brothers. A forward-placed automated surface-to-air missile battery has powered up. Please be advised that infield repairs may be required to get the ASAM fully operational. Good hunting. End of message.
These truths to self-evident that all Americans are created equal and are endowed with certain unalienable rights.
Oh, fuck you, you giant bat. Ugly motherfucker. Goddamn right, communist engaged. Oh no, these guys take hardcore drugs. Drugs, all the drugs. Ooh, caps. Thank you, thank you.